And here we are. Hello and welcome to all of you. Hope you're all having a great day. And don't worry about that. There's just a little bit of an echo here, a little bit of an echo here, a little bit of an echo here. So sorry, I just had a whole lot of tabs open. My system didn't have its settings right, so I had to sort of redo the whole thing. A bit of a butt pain, a bit of a annoyance, but it seems like let me know if any of you are having issues with the audio at any point. So we've got a really interesting discussion today I think it's an interesting discussion. We're going to be looking at a lot of it's going to be on looking at the macrocosmic view, what's going on in the world, society, life, the bigger picture. We're also going to look at the personal context. And what actually inspired this video probably was a conversation about communication and text and voice, and also attachment. Attachment's also been a little bit of a thing, a little bit of a theme of late, for me at least. So essentially what we've got is we're going to be looking at what's going on, basically. What is going on in our world around us? What kind of dynamic do we see changing? How is it affecting the communication between us, our peers, on a global scale? The formation of communities. How does this relate to young people growing up? And, the attachments that we have in this world, the attachments that are necessary. There's this world that's changing so fast, the values and the morals, the ethics, everything seems to be up in the air. It's a hold on tight kind of ride. The poor young people can't see the wood for the trees because they've been in it ever since they were kids. So we're sort of stuck in this paradigm, in this dynamic, and it's a rather challenging world to be in. So, yeah, before we get stuck into it, I'm going to introduce the people with me. I'm going to go around clockwise around the screen. I was late, by the way. That's why we're all so late. Namaste, Mehiko. How are you doing? I had a nightmare trying to get my audio settings to work and nothing just seemed to want to work today. It must be the New Year's spirit coming into my machines, into the computers. The serpent, my computer's shedding its skin, so to speak. And Happy New Year to all of you. It's been the Chinese New Year. The first week has ticked on over. We've got this powerful engine of shift and change where the world is shedding her skin. And so we've got Indy Sage. Indy is primarily a shadow worker, but he's also very much embedded in the occult, in the shamanic path, the principles of nature, and very much a student of history and an anthropologist, and also very much awake to what's going on in the world, paying attention, both with his feet on the ground and his head in the clouds, so to speak, simultaneously. So he's got a lot of wonderful experience to share. And Mehiko, I hope you're having a good day, my dear. Welcome, Vincent. I hope you're good. I hope you're smiling where you are, back in the neck of the woods. So, yeah, he's going to be sharing some insights with us as it relates to the shadow, as it relates to occult principles. We've also got Cosmic Prankster here. Cosmic is I always introduce him like a modern day John Dee. He's channeling the Fae, and the Fae have been communicating a system to him, a form of communication. And it's also, there's a cosmological philosophy that's coming out of the system, as well as a cosmogenical philosophy as well. So it's a very interesting trip that he's on, journey he's been on for the last couple of years, ardently. So he's going to be sharing his insights with us as well. He's also open-minded, got experience in all different occult spheres. So yeah, welcome to you guys. Do please say a few words, and it's an honor to have both of you here.
It's an honor to be here. Thanks for the great introduction, as always, Franklin. Hello to everybody in the chat. Thanks for being here, guys. It's good to see you here, Mexico and Vincent. And we'll be looking forward to seeing more people come in later. It's always good to have your great comments out there. And as Franklin mentioned, I do have my head in the clouds and my feet on the ground as well. So I've been doing some boots on the ground archaeological research in my area on some of the lost giants and some of the mythos around that. And it's pretty exciting. And some architecture that seems to be a little bit more dated than it is said. Some of these Gothic arched bridges that I've found in the area at the Poinsett Bridge near Paris Mountain State Park over in South Carolina seem to be very dated. And it strikes me that they claim to be from the 1800s or after, because to me, it seems like they are a little bit older. And some of the drapery of some of the limestone that's extruding from the rock kind of shows that it does seem to be more centuries old than it said. So it's really exciting to be able to go out and see some of this stuff locally and explore some of the anthropological myths here in North Carolina and South Carolina and Tennessee. But also I've been researching mysticism and the stories of the ancient ones, all the myths of the past, and trying to correlate that with some of the scientific research that we've been finding in paleontological and archaeological anthropology. So it's been a really exciting journey, and luckily I was able to have an out-of-body experience and was shown many things by the divine in the year 2000. And so I've had a real good jump start on my research. I've been able to look forward to filling some missing blanks on some of the information that was given to me. And I found that there's a lot of people that had done parallel works with the work I'm doing starting in the 60s. So mainly Elaine Morgan and Desmond Morris working on the aquatic ape theory, or the naked ape theory. I've been working on my own book in regards to that as well. So it's been really exciting work, and my work in mysticism is always applicable, and I'm always excited to get into some syncretism here in the show as well. Just looking at the magic in the words. So it should be a really exciting show today, and we're going to look back as things have developed over the last 50 years or so, ethically and morally, as the times have been changing. So it should be a great show. It'll be a really exciting discussion, and I'm going to pass it on to Cosmic.
Okay. Yeah, so like Franklin mentioned, I'm a channeler of the Fae, you know, and the thing is with me and the Fae, I've developed a very personal relationship. I mean, most people, you know, when they channel an entity, you know, they do a ritual, they, you know, go into the crystal ball for maybe like 15 minutes to several hours, and they just kind of go about their day. The Fae have been kind of like, you know, they're with me every day. They're always around to talk to. And I think when it comes to sort of the insanity, you know, of the world that we're living in right now and all the crazy stuff, you know, sometimes I think about their world and their culture, and I kind of compare and contrast, you know, some of the ethics and values that they hold versus the ones that we have. And it's been very insightful. And I think it's just like in an age where there's so many conflicting worldviews and so much nonsense out there. It's like the Fae have been kind of giving me like a refreshing perspective. And it's kind of like they've been keeping me sort of like level and sane in a way, just to kind of have like a perspective that's sort of like outside of the, you know, the madness that is this kind of mainstream mundane culture. And, you know, their perspective and what they've shown me has been incredibly helpful in navigating this world we've kind of lived in. So yeah, I'll have a lot to talk about today.
Mm-hmm. All right. Where do we begin?
Well, let's get it cranking, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's going to be a great discussion today. I'm looking forward to it, to say the least. So, what is becoming of society? Where does the younger generation stand amidst all the madness that we're living through? How fast is the world changing? How much of that change that's happening in the world is natural? How much of our history has been fed to us as BS, and how much of it is really just a fancy psyops project, to sort of kick us into a particular type of reality? When our worldview changes, how does that change the nature of reality? What is the nature of reality when it comes to the substance of matter that we are experiencing here? It seems to be so finite and so fixed. How much of it is pending? Our perception, our awareness, how much of it is happening upstairs? How much of it is out there? How much of it is in here? What is in here? What is out there? I think probably a good place to start with, and Attachment is probably where we're going to go, because it's like really the fundamental discussion, spirituality and attachment. But I wanted to start with communication. What do you guys say? What has become of communication in modern times? I have so many clients that come to me from all around the world, and like literally thousands of clients over the years. And I hear the same stories. I see the same narrative repeating itself. And I can, off the top of my head, think of literally thousands of relationships that went pear-shaped because of miscommunication. That's romantic relationships mostly, familial relationships, friendships, right? Poor communication. And often it comes back to text. Why are we talking in text? Is it healthy? Why? How did it start? And what does it produce? How does it leave the younger generation in today's world? Are they able to communicate? Are people becoming challenged by face-to-face communication? The kind of communication that we grew up with, just the normal, real communication. I mean, Indy, I'm sure you remember when you were a kid, right?
Oh, yeah.
Communication was talking.
Yeah. And sometimes we had a little with a string. Talking the cup.
I remember those. Those were fun, actually.
Oh, yeah.
But we would write a letter. But writing the letter was a whole different thing. It wasn't just quick text, 3 words, 4 words. It was sit down and think. Write a letter. It was writing an essay. It was engaging your whole brain. It wasn't like the youngsters. And a lot of parents are telling me this as well. Their kids are writing in 5 words, 8 words, 6 words, 3 words, lots of short little texts. And that is it. That's how they communicate with their friends. That's what communication is becoming. I mean, what does this do to the human consciousness? And how important is actual talking? What does talking do? The sound, how does it affect the ears? How does that affect the brain? What happens to the shadow when we're not hearing voices? When we don't hear our own voice and we suddenly hear our own voice, is it challenging? And the fact that we got recording devices, which we never had when we were younger, really. I mean, we had dictaphones, but how many of us actually had dictaphones? The first time I heard my voice musically was like in the last quarter century. I was like, damn, that's my voice. That's what I sound like. I didn't know what I sounded like. What do you guys think?
Right, huh? Yeah, it's strange when you hear your own voice and you don't recognize it at first, and it's not how you expected it to be. It always threw me for a loop. I always wonder why that is. It's just, I guess it feels different when you hear your own voice from within. It sounds different than it really sounds.
Maybe it has to do with the fact that it's like it's your voice reflected through your meat body, you know?
Yeah, I feel like it just sounds better to us in our ears for some reason. Maybe it resonates more in our throat and we feel like it's more louder and deeper than it really is. I don't know. But I've noticed one thing, that most people haven't had this experience. When you haven't seen yourself in a mirror for a couple weeks, and then you see yourself again, you might not really recognize yourself. I personally thought I looked different when I came back from being in Outward Bound in Utah in the desert for 2 weeks and came back and saw myself. It was kind of shocking. So there's an interesting aspect there where we don't really recognize our own voice, our own face sometimes if we haven't seen it from externally or heard it. I wonder why that is.
It's an interesting point.
Yeah.
I think we've got to wonder, and here's an interesting point. How accurate are our recording devices actually feeding our voices back to us? We just assume that it's accurate. We just assume that it's correct because we're listening to music, right? Because we're listening to voices on the radio or listening here or there. We just assume that the pitch and the harmonics that's being produced by the crystal generating electricity, and that the code that's carrying this information and translating it into something that we can hear tangibly, that it's exactly correct. What if we're actually speaking in a different pitch? I know Cosmic's probably going to relate to this. What do you think, Cosmic?
I mean, sometimes, like, I've had, like, last year, I had a really bad ear infection, and it actually affected how I heard pitch around me. Everything around me was like a semitone higher. So all the music I listened to sounded completely wrong. It was really distressing when that happened, when you feel like you're literally out of alignment with reality in a very uncomfortable way. And thank God I, recovered from it and my hearing is back to normal, but that was a very unsettling experience.
Yeah, man, I can imagine that. My mom went through something a little while ago. She was getting this inner ear infection. Apparently there's such a thing. And she was experiencing vertigo and all sorts of weirdness. She felt like she was ready to go on a trip like all day long. Like you're just about to come onto a trip. That was her day and her nights. And, she was like trying to figure out like where she was half the time. But I think that's a really interesting point, reality. We pin it down and we think we're all experiencing the same colors. We think that blue for me is blue for you and blue is for everybody else. But how much of it is? I think this is an interesting point, when we are actually talking and we are actually communicating, I think we become tall kings when we are talking, right? When I'm talking, I am the tall king, right? And I become what I am saying. What a concept. Literally, I become the tall king. And because you're resonating energy out of yourself, your energy field gets bigger. And when this energy field, this resonant frequency of vibration that carries consciousness, that is a translator of consciousness into the physical vehicle, actually gets bigger, there is more potential towards actually channeling information from the deeper realms of consciousness to the outer field of this physical manifestation. And so I think this is something that has become a real problem. Like in the field of neurodiversity, I was having this conversation just the other day. Now, I feel that neurodiversity is something that's always being around. We had it nowadays. Probably a lot of us here are neurodiverse in a different way. But I think that in our day, there was a sense of security. And the sense of security that we had was the fact that people still used to communicate with each other. And because people used to communicate with each other using their voices, they felt a sense of responsibility. They felt a sense of community. They cared about what was happening at their neighbor's home, right? They cared about what was happening in the street. There was much more of a sense of safety. Where there were other people, there was a sense of safety. These days, I mean, how many of you guys out there in your homes, and you guys here on the round table, have seen these alarming videos of women being sexually, physically, mentally, all different forms of assault, right? In a public place, and no one lifts a finger. Like, think back to when you were young. When you were a kid, would that have happened? Or would someone have stood up and said, "Oi, what do you think you're doing, buddy?" Just think. Like, the world has changed, man.
Yeah, it's the bystander effect. The idea is that if something bad has happened, the more people that are around to witness it, the less likely people will go in to help out, because they assume someone else is going to do it, or they just don't want to get in the way or whatever.
Yeah, that's a strange phenomena. They don't really understand exactly why. There's a lot of correlations. There's part of it is because people assume since nobody's doing anything, it's appropriate to not do something, because if you were supposed to do something, somebody would have done something by now. So people assume there's a reason that they're not doing something. But it's just basically there's people that vibe off of other people's behavior, and then there's other people that are more of a leader and don't really consider what other people are doing and just have their own compassion is not limited by those other people. It's going to be diminished, though, in a group like that, somewhat. It's going to make you think twice. But some people are just going to step forward and do something. I'm one of those people. I kind of do the opposite of what the group does a lot of times, especially if they're panicking. And if they're gathering around a fight, I usually avoid it. But if it's a woman or a child, I'll go right for it and stop that fight. My brother's also a good mediator. It takes a lot of courage.
Yeah, I noticed this.
Yeah. You think so? I think it takes a lot of courage to be a mediator because
Please do continue.
not only could you get hurt trying to break up a fight, but you could also be contested by the group that's, you know, maybe wanting to see the fight or maybe wants to see a fair fight. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think it's all right to go break up a fight even though everybody else is watching it happen? Think it's going to piss people off, or I think when it's on
you know,
bro.
For me, it's like I would weigh it up like this: are they two idiots that are looking for a fight? In which case, pulp each other. You're both a bunch of idiots, right?
Right.
Or like if they're two idiots and they're having a fight of something stupid and they want to have a fight and they're both like towards each other, and it's like, oh, well, then I'd probably be like take your fight somewhere else. We don't want to watch it. But if it depends on the nature of the fight, really, like if it's one person looking for trouble, trying to make a fight with another person, and the other person's like, you can see they're not really interested in the fight, but they're prepared to defend themselves if they have to. That's a different story, if that makes sense. Sometimes you have two drunk guys that are just looking for trouble with each other, and they're just idiots. And it's like, what's the point of going to get involved with a couple of drunk guys in a fight? They want to beat the crap out of somebody, and they found another person who feels the same way. Well, go and have fun. It's going to be more of a comedy than a fight because you're both pissed. But yeah, no, that's an interesting point. Yeah, that you bring up. I played this role when I was when I was sort of playing. I was doing a lot of coordination in activism and playing the role of a kingpin, and it came to me to separate all the fights. And I mean, I've always been good at separating fights because I'm like non-aggressive. I'm chilled. I'm the peace loving guy. And I approach it in a way that I'm not, trying to be aggressive. So I generally make good, but I'm also approaching it in the way of like, make a move, dude, and I'm going to break your jaw. But it's silent, right? I'm ready to protect myself, but I'm being gentle and calm because like I don't want to fight. But at the same time, so for me, it's always been easy because like I am able to protect myself if I have to, right? Which means like it's probably for me, it's like how can I put it? Most times when I separate a fight, I know I could put down both of the guys that are getting into a fight if I had to. So I'm like, well, I'd rather they don't fight. And then they sense that I'm not afraid. And because I'm not afraid, I'm in control of the situation. I think that's the key. If you're not afraid, you cannot be afraid. It's like dealing with animals. If there's two dogs getting into a fight and you approach those two dogs and you have zero fear, those dogs will sense that you're in charge. But if you approach those dogs and you're even slightly afraid, you're probably going to get bitten.
Yeah. I feel like if you're angry,
it's that same kind of.
Even though anger is kind of an aspect of fear, I feel like if you're angry at the dogs and you take that stance, they know it's very different than being worried, and they'll listen to you. And I feel like when I get angry at the dogs when they're fighting, they'll run away from each other. They know I'm pissed. They don't want to get hurt from me. Of course, I couldn't really hurt them that much. They'd really hurt me a lot more, especially the pit bull. But in their minds, I'm the boss, just because I have that tone and that demeanor and that attitude. But anybody else would get hurt, and I know a lot of people that have gotten hurt and trying to break up a dog fight. I just tell people, if you're scared, don't go in there with your hands trying to pull them apart. But don't hit them with a stick or something from a distance. You know what I mean? Because you can die from an infection.
Yeah, I once had a big dog, Rambo, who was living with me on Hofagziv, and he was big. When I mean he was big, he was like 70 kilos. He was huge. He's a massive, and he was trained by the military. He was like a special ops dog. And had been given to Philippe years ago by a guy who Philippe had known. And so he was this beautiful dog. He could put you down on the ground without hurting you. He could run on a beach and he could tackle you and pull your arm and twist you and take you down. And you wouldn't even have like a scratch or a cut.
Wow.
He's an incredible dog. And there was a really huge husky next door, like a proper alpha male husky. And these two got into each other. And my instincts were too quick, because the moment I sensed that they were going to go for each other, I got between them before they actually got. And the other dog put its tooth through my hand.
Ooh.
But I didn't know until afterwards, because I picked them both up with adrenaline.
Wow.
I picked them both up in the air, and I
man.
ran into the sea with them.
There you go.
Like I ran into the sea with like 130 kilos of dog.
Wow.
And I jumped into the sea and I dunked them both into the sea.
Nice.
Luckily, we were on the beach. You know what I mean? Like I just grabbed them, dragged them, dunked them in the sea, and that sort of sorted them out. Water is always a thing. So you are right, though. You know, I think though, like when it comes to this, though, when I look at the situation, I look at it like this: like there were big crowds when I was young, right? There were crowded places. But the crowd response then was different to the crowd response now. So I'm inclined to doubt this so-called psychology behind this crowd response that's been fed to us. I think it's BS. When I was a teenager, I was on third-class train, which was crowded train, right? When I was young, there was like first-class and third-class train. And the third-class train, you could go and you wouldn't have to pay. You could just bunk the train because no conductor was going to dare go through third class. And on a crowded train, I got into a fight with, these three guys wanted to mug me. And I floored one of them. And the other two, the one pulled a knife. And I sort of maneuvered myself so that only one of them could face me at a time. And I went in for this guy. And I was telling him I was going to take that knife off him and I was going to do things to him with that knife, you know? And the whole train stood up and said, no. And the train was full of African men. And they all stood up and they said, no, one-on-one. So, you know, and situations like that has happened to me in townships. Situation like that has happened to me in weird places where I'm the only white person in a whole township. And somebody wants to fight me with a machete. And I'm like, okay, let's bring it on, you know? And the community steps in and they're like, no, leave this guy alone. He's cool, you know? So there's been a lot of different places where I've been in situations. And I've also witnessed it a lot where you're in a public place and something is happening and someone is misbehaving and the whole community can become like a mob. So there's mob mentality. Like in the old days, we had mob mentality. And I think like this is still very much a natural response in human, but I think that we've lost our ability to operate as a mob because we've lost our ability to communicate. What do you guys think about that? Maybe the reason we have this crowd mentality is because we've got a crowd of people and no one's talking to each other. So you don't have a group. You have a crowd of individuals. Where when I was younger, when there was a big group of people, we would turn around and talk to the other people near us. It was normal to communicate with each other. So there was a sense of camaraderie that would build in a group. And these days, you'll have a group and each person's on their phone. And so each person is like a separate pod disconnected from the group. They don't feel that we're in a group. They don't feel like the person next to me has got my back and I've got the person next to me's back. Because deep down, if a man sees a woman getting beaten physically, right? There should be an instinct within him to say, hey, this is disgusting. Right? And maybe he doesn't want to do anything about it because he doesn't want to face consequences. But if he knows the one next to him's got his back and he's got the one next to his back and there's a big group of us and we're all going to approach that one together, that's a sense of camaraderie. And I noticed this when I was in a hotel many years ago and I worked there for a short period of time when I got back to the UK, and there was sexual abuse in the kitchen, and I had to step in, and I basically got a whole strike organized. But the interesting thing was, people get very scared, and before you know it, you're all on your own, you know, and people just want to run for the hills. So I think this fear is the cause that people don't do anything. I think because people have been so indoctrinated by fear, and fear only works if you feel like you're alone. If you feel like you're in a group and you feel like you've got a good network, support network, then you have nothing to be afraid of. So has our support networks become weakened? What do you think of that as a notion, Cosmic, on a fundamental psychological level?
I was thinking it might be a cultural thing. You know, maybe in America we're less likely to help out than in South Africa. I could totally see that being a possibility too.
It's changed here too. This is what I'm saying. It's changed here. That's what I've noticed is when I first got to the UK, it was different. When I came back to the UK at different times, it was different. Life. Sorry, yeah.
Go on, finish what you were saying, but I got a question about.
I was just, I noticed that every country I went to, this change was happening. I watched the change happening. I watched the people becoming more separate to each other. And coming back to South Africa was a shock. It was like, wow, South Africa's changed in similar ways that other countries have changed. I didn't expect to see it here, but I've definitely observed it and witnessed it here as well.
All right, I have a question. I feel like the news has impacted the way that we see strangers. And a lot of people have gone from hitchhikers being okay and I want to help somebody out and give them a ride to I would never pick up a hitchhiker. They're all serial killers. And so people have this idea in their head now. If you don't know somebody, they're definitely a thief or serial killer because they watch the news. And they show these 1 in a million situations where something bad happens. And so they assume that every single person that they don't know is one of those people. And it's very common. I see that amongst people. And to me, I find it astounding. I'm a person that used to hitchhike, and I've kind of given up over the years. But I found that people from California were the only ones that were ever willing to pick me up. They kind of have a different vibe. They're more trusting. Maybe older people would pick me up sometimes.
I mean, it's also technically illegal to pick up a hitchhiker in the United States, so that could also be a possibility too. Maybe people also don't want to get in trouble with the law.
I don't think that's part of it, really, because if I was driving a car and I pitched up a hitchhiker, I'd just tell the hitchhiker, "Look, we know each other, right? You're my cousin, okay?" And the officer comes to the window. There you go. It's not that hard to get out of that. But I mean, people are pretty scared, so that might be something that discourages them. A lot of people are really controlled by fear, and so they might think, "Oh, I'm not going to do that because then he'll get me with all this other stuff too." So that's a whole other thing as well. I wasn't really aware of that. I don't know how much they prosecute that, but I could see why they're trying to help people out from being victimized in that situation because some hitchhikers are out to get people, I guess.
Here's the thing, though, right?
Yeah.
I used to hitchhike a lot, everywhere. I used to hitchhike all around my city. I used to hitchhike all around my country. I used to hitchhike in the UK. I used to hitchhike all around Israel. I even did some hitchhiking in Canada. It was a good thing. It worked. I was really good at hitchhiking. I put my thumb out before you know I've got like a queue of cars. Like, okay, yeah, I'll go with you. It was almost like that sometimes. Like, more than one people would stop and go, "Wow!" Like when it rains and pours, there's 3 of you. You look cool, you know. But it was illegal. I remember us having conversations about this in the early 1990s. It was illegal to hitchhike then, in the same way that it's illegal to hitchhike now. And the police were more proactive about hitchhiking in the 90s than what they are now.
Right.
I remember the police actually stopping to tell me a number of times when I was younger that it's actually not legal to hitchhike. It's called jaywalking. They used to say to me. And I used to be, "I'm not hitchhiking." They'd be, "What do you mean?" I'm just holding my thumb up so that my friend who's going to be driving down the road recognizes me.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. That's what I'd say to them. So I'm waiting for a friend. I've arranged to be picked up. Yeah. This was before cell phones existed.
Yeah.
I said, my friend said they're going to come and pick me up on the road. It's easier than them driving to my house. Besides, I was at somebody else's house. So then the cops would be like, okay, because you know it's illegal to hitchhike. I mean, of course it's illegal. Who's going to hitchhike? But they'd see this face everywhere, like my friend.
Right.
But, you know, so I think you're right, India. I don't think it's about the legislation against hitchhiking because it was always illegal. But there was a different vibe. And even in Cape Town, you know, hitchhiking would be hard to do now these days. Like in the 90s, hitchhiking was so common, right? I remember when I was like 19, I hitchhiked thousands of miles around my country.
Cool.
Thousands of miles. Just a single trip. I just decided I'm doing a whole trip. I'm going to do my whole loop of my country. Just hitchhiked it. I met such cool people on my trip. These people I met, hey, come spend the night at my place in Durban. I'm like, oh, cool, yeah. And then I'd meet these people and they say, oh, come to our farm. Come and have supper on our farm and spend the night on our farm. And I was like, hey, thank you. You know? Yeah. So like I hardly even stayed in bed and breakfasts because I met such cool people. So my point is like there was a different energy. And the reason why hitchhiking doesn't happen, I believe, is because people don't talk to each other anymore.
Yeah.
What am I going to do with a stranger sitting in my car? What am I going to do? The whole point of hitchhiking was conversation. You get into a car, you're like, hey, how's it going? No, my name's, my name's. So what are you doing here? Oh, I'm doing this. Where are you going? Oh, I'm going here. So what do you do? Oh, I do this. And that's what I'm going about. Do you mind if I light a spliff? Thought you'd never offer, you know? So, you know, we used to talk so much more. It was so normal to talk to each other, to talk to strangers. And when I got to the UK, I noticed, well, people don't talk to each other much here, but I really watched the decline of communication with smartphones becoming a thing. The little bit of communication that there was got less and less. And I used to sometimes get people on the tubes talking. Like I would, in the early 2000s, I'd get the whole tube talking. They're all sitting there quietly, and I'm looking at them all. I said, so what's wrong with you people? All like looking at me. And be like, you're sitting next to a bunch of people, nobody's talking, and I start having a conversation with the people, and maybe they'll laugh. They're like, you know, nervous laughter, like, I mean, that's better. You got a pretty smile, haven't you? And so I'd start having that conversation with the people. Next thing, like before you know, everybody's talking to everybody. Like that's how life was when I was young. Everybody spoke to everybody. You wouldn't go and stand in a queue in a shop without having a conversation with the person behind you. It would be considered rude. You're in a queue, somebody, hi, how are you going? Yeah. You know, it was normal to have a conversation. These days, everybody's like minding their own business, or they're on their phones, or they're doing this, or they're doing that. And, you know, I'm a bit of a maverick when it comes to that. I crank up, I look in people's trolleys, go, ooh, you know, that's got sodium benzoate in it. You know, that's got like xenoestrogens in it. Ooh, it's going to make your titties go all flappy. Oh, that's going to give you uterus cancer. Oh, you're going to watch that stuff. You know, I'm like, people like pull big eyes and stare at me like, oh my gosh. You know,
they don't know
being open. Yeah. I'll tell people, you seriously, you feeding your kid that? You may as well go and have them diagnosed for ADHD. Like that's what you're giving them, you know. But yeah. I do think that there's a communication breakdown between people, which is a big deal. And when I look at this communication, how logical is it to have a text-based conversation with someone?
Not very.
Just think of the logic behind it, right? So how long does it take you to think of what you want to say, then write it, then fix any typos?
Yeah.
Then read it, make sure that it's right, then send it. Then they've got to read it on the other side, think about what they want to say, type it out, type it, check their typos, or have typo check it for them, and send it back to you. And so I could have said what I wanted to say, and you could have responded in half the time that it took me to type out the text. And so what we did in 10 texts over 10 minutes, we could have done in 1 minute of talking, or 2 minutes.
That's so true.
Because it'd be instant response. But people are scared of instant response. A lot of people are very scared of having actual real communication.
I remember when text messaging first became a thing in high school, and I was kind of like, what's the point? Like, why? It feels like talking is more efficient than typing with text. So I actually was kind of like, you know, I really didn't jump into the cell phone bandwagon until I was basically forced into it. You know, at a certain point, like people just kind of like the peers around you just, damn it, you got to get a cell phone. But I resisted for a pretty long time with that sort of thing. So it's just like, why are we doing that? It's like, we might as well just go back to like Morse code or whatever. This feels like a step backward in technology.
Yeah, I felt the same way. I kept my phone plugged into the wall when I got my first cell phone for years, and I swore I would never take it off of that wall. I don't know what happened. I wish I had. But no, I think a lot of people have this feeling of anxiety when they come up to somebody. They feel nervous. They're thinking about all their hesitance. Maybe I shouldn't talk to them because maybe I shouldn't associate with them. Maybe they'll feel imposed when I speak to them and I shouldn't talk to them. Maybe they'll feel like I have some ulterior motives. And I think people feel that when you come up to them and you're about to talk and you look a bit strange and you have these thoughts like you want to talk. If you're apprehensive, I don't think it's going to happen because people are going to pull back on both sides. But when you're kind of gregarious and fearless like myself, and you just kind of wander up to people and you just initially just start it right off the bat, like, hey, how are you doing today? What's happening? Some people just kind of look down and look away. That's all it is. But other people will talk back to you. I'm doing well. How are you? It's usually older people, from my experience. And
I get on better with older people.
Me too. I get along way better with them. They're more open. And I'll end up talking about like, hey, I take ginger for my joints. Do you ever take that? It's really helpful for me. And I'll tell them about little supplements here and there that they could help and that could help them. Because I learned a lot about these health supplements that I take from reading a lot of magazines for old people. Because they don't really want to tell young people how to prevent themselves from ending up in surgery and on these medications. But they will tell old people how to actually heal their bodies more. So a lot of the tips that I've gotten will help other folks as well, the older people.
That's very interesting because I noticed that too. And people never understood. Like when I spoke to young people, it was a very short exchange. When you speak to old people, it's like they are like, oh, it's like the old days.
Yeah.
We talk to each other because they are not adapting very well to this text-based culture. They don't understand it. They're like, got to type this word out. Can't we just talk? You know? And isn't it interesting how they don't want us talking?
It is.
So I observed this when cell phones first came out in a big way. Let's go back a quarter of a century, or just a little more than a quarter of a century ago. It was really expensive to make phone calls. And this is like, and I'm not just saying South Africa. I'm talking South Africa, UK, Israel. Same thing in Canada. They had AT&T. I think it was AT&T on my cell network when I was in Canada in the 90s. Yeah. So it was expensive to make calls, but you got a whole lot of text messages given to you that were like free. So like if you topped up money, you'd get, so they basically said to you, here's loads of text messages, use them or don't use them. So you were like stuck with all these free text messages, which you don't want to waste. So people started getting used to texting each other because, well, I've got all these text messages. What am I going to do with them? They're going to just expire. I may as well get as much value for my money as I can from this contract or this top up or whatever this pre-contract thing that, you know, that's how it worked in Canada. In the UK, I pretty much had contracts, sometimes pay as you go. But before we had all these apps, it was like that. And so people were discouraged from making phone calls for financial reasons. Then what happened was calls started getting a little cheaper. Internet became more of a big thing. 1G came up, 2G came up, 2G became 3G. The moment we had 3G, there was like smartphones and Facebook apps, WhatsApp app, and other kinds of communication apps. Telegram wasn't around yet, but there were other kinds of apps like WhatsApp, right? And suddenly people had like infinite free communications ahead of them. If you're on your broadband, you can communicate as much as you want. It doesn't cost you anything. If you're on your, you know, your fiber broadband, in those days it was still copper, but still you would pay like £20 a month. You'd have your broadband and uncapped, unlimited. So as much communications as you could want. And people still then were in the habit of using text, even though all of those apps by that stage had telephone call option. Then 4G came along and pretty much all of those apps upgraded to then being able to have video call. Also free. Now we've got 5G, 6G, whatever. You've got free video call, free phone calls, infinite. And everybody's still texting. And I'm like, at which point do people not realize that they've been conditioned to text? And there's a reason for it, because this social inability to communicate, like, why are people afraid of approaching a stranger to have a conversation? Because they're out of practice. They don't know what it's like to engage with people with voices anymore. And this is one of the reasons why I think all the companies are turning to internet text-based communications for customer services, right? Obviously, the AI systems, easier and cheaper to run, but I think there's a more nefarious principle behind it, which has made it cheaper to run, because these companies could all be running through WhatsApp systems or a free kind of video calling system or a phone calling system. Before, they had the technicians, but then what they had is they had the people working there. And so even before the AI had taken over from the humans, they were still trying to get you to go onto their website and have a conversation with a real person who would help you in their customer services. And you'd type to someone and they'd type back and you'd ask questions, but it wasn't an AI yet. And so they've been trying to move us away from voice. Do you think it could be because it's easier to track what you're saying? It's easier to build a dossier on everybody if everybody's typing?
Yeah, because to be able to turn the spoken words into typed words and then review those, I mean, it takes a lot more time to listen to all the words than it would to look over the written words. So if everybody's just writing it down for you, that's a lot faster to be able to process, and then keywords can be highlighted and then they can be put into folders and then people can investigate that without having to lift a finger. It's all automated. So there's definitely an element of that as well. And that's a big thing. But I also feel like there's a pull in texting. If you're somebody that's a lonesome person that just because always alone, doesn't have anybody around, you could make phone calls all the time. You don't have anybody else that's going to be there trying to talk to you over the call or feeling like you're taking away from your time together. Whereas if you're around other people, being able to text, not only will you be able to text to them and speak to somebody else at the same time, but whatever you're texting is in secret. Nobody knows what you're saying to those people. So the confidentiality of it is probably a draw to people, and the ability to communicate with multiple individuals in your environment and text at the same time probably is one of the most helpful aspects of it, I think, personally. But you know what? I think in the future, what we should really be looking towards is having more of a holographic image of the person we're speaking to right amongst us. And so it's like they're right here with us. And then the people that are in the room with us understand that they shouldn't be interrupting while they speak, but they could also talk to both of those individuals as well. What do you guys think about that?
You know, I've been thinking about something else that's kind of come to mind to me, and I'm thinking about music. One thing I work in retail, so they play a lot of the popular music that's on the radio. And one thing I've kind of noticed over the years is that music has gotten a lot less melodic. There's not a sense of like a discernible, memorable melody that can hear. Because you think about like songs from the olden days, like you could like hum a tune. It's like, oh yeah, I know that one. That's Funky Town by Limp Bizkit. Nowadays, it's almost like these vocal choruses. It's all like almost like one note. They'll be singing like this, and it's like this just repetitive kind of like one note over and over again. And I can't help but feel like when we're talking about the sort of the poverty of speech and communication being simplified through text, it seems like this has an effect on the art we create as well, in terms of, you know, music and the vocabulary we have to creatively express ourselves. One of the things I'm also kind of concerned about is artificial intelligence. And one of the reasons is I think that, you know, a lot of people, you know, artists will say, oh, well, you know, it's not that big of a deal because, like, you know, I'll do art, but then I'll use the artificial intelligence to do kind of the busy work. But I'm worried that the younger generation is not going to be as incentivized to really use their imagination to come up with ideas for stuff, because the AI will just basically do everything for them. Like thinking about all the times you would, you know, daydream, you know, have fantasies and come up with creative ideas. Nothing is really, you know, it's like it's going to be hard to find originality because nobody's going to be incentivized to come up with something original or unique and different because, oh, I'll just have the AI do it for me, you know?
Yeah, that's
so really, it's like the whole thing. It's not just a poverty of communication when it comes to like speech, but I think it also comes to music and the arts and like, you know, even like the media. I think a lot of these like these movies nowadays, they're kind of like dumber. They're a lot more mean spirited. I was thinking about I watched this YouTube series called Red Letter Media, and they do a lot of like, you know, movie and television show reviews. It's like kind of a comedy show, but they were talking about this like Star Trek movie. It was like some like District 31 or something like that, and how they were kind of like. And the thing about Star Trek, you know, in its early conception, one of the reasons that show was so popular with people was because it really provided an optimistic vision of the future where people can work their differences aside. They didn't have to fight. They could talk out their problems. And there's generally a sense of hope and optimism. Now with Star Trek, it's all very violent and it's nihilistic and just people yelling at each other. And it's really just like ugly and dark. And one of the things that was kind of disturbing was, you know, one of the people was commenting is maybe the reason that there's not these optimistic Star Trek futures that people can't comprehend an optimistic future. And so I think what's going on here is that it's like we're losing our ability not just to communicate, but articulate certain artistic ideas and concepts. And
yeah, feel that. I think it's interesting in the District 31, they have Philippa Georgiou coming in. She was brought in from another dimension that's an evil dimension. And so she's come in and now she's instigating all these coups and these like rebellions and like this instability and chaos amongst the Starfleet. And so everything was like collapsing down into total pandemonium with this character. And as you're right, Cosmic, it kind of reflects the change of the mentality over the years that Star Trek has been running. And if you look at the older Star Trek with the first series, it was very simple and it was very very compassionate. They're all about going out to explore and protect any victims that they find on these other planets and save them, and then gave them some kind of permission to be in their world and come back in return. And they set up all these little situations where they were coming to the aid of these people, and they had like a good whole journey going, and now the journey is all chaos. It's kind of flipped, as you see with the Enterprise in the 90s. It started to make that flip where the captain became a cyborg and was trying to wipe out all of humanity, and then now it's like they flipped it all the way, and everything is being run by this evil people from another dimension that have come in here. So yeah, that's a big kind of it's kind of shows a lot about what's happening in our society. But when you just look at this one show, how things have changed morally and ethically over just a few generations of several decades. So it's pretty interesting. I'm glad you mentioned that.
I believe like that's a really on point round of information you guys are sharing here, and totally, as somebody who really has a lot of love for the old Trek, I must admit I was a little bit of a Trekkie. I'm not like get out your cosplay uniform Trek, but I did enjoy a bit of Trek. I love the idea behind Star Trek. I love the positivity behind Star Trek. Like there's a new world out there. We're going to discover the world. We're going to go out. We're going to make the world a better place. We're going to get everybody, like, you know, help everybody. What a lovely thought. But Star Trek is becoming dark. And I was wondering how long until Doctor Who becomes like a narcissist.
Right.
That's next on the list.
Yep.
Watch the space. Doctor Who series. I wonder whether Doctor Who is going to get a weapon. You know, one day Doctor Who will have a lightsaber and he'll be like chopping people up or something, like, you know, from the old days with an electric sonic screwdriver, and he never hurt anybody, you know. So I think you're very right. And it actually points to point this out. Mexico asked a question: why is the hunger for fear and violence stronger than the hunger for positive future in the movies? And I think that is like really what we're talking about here. And my answer to that question, and I'd love to get your guys' feedback, is that the people that sponsor these films, the producers, have a lot of say in the way in which the director does the work, and has done in the past, because the money talks, the BS walks. So these are always very rich billionaires that have been in league with what's that guy's name?
Younger people.
Epstein and those kind of guys.
Mm-hmm.
So these are people that like children more than they should like children, in ways that nobody should ever like children. Billionaires with weird tastes. They like to have orgy kind of parties and God knows what else.
Talk to these kids. Some of these kids are just like dark as hell. It's
So
really upsetting.
I think that like this is really what's going on. I think that the 1% that we were talking about in you know, Occupy are making the films, and they have an agenda towards making humanity become a little bit dumbed down. Are you talking to us, dear Cosmic?
What's up?
Are you talking to us?
Oh no, I thought I had myself muted, but I was thinking about like you know, these kids, like when you really like, they have a very different attitude, and it's kind of disturbing. They just have this kind of like, you know, we were talking about, you know, the whole show, like an optimistic future. And to answer Mexico's question about, you know, this idea that why do people care, that, you know, this fear and violence is because like these kids are, a lot of these kids are very angry these days. You know, whatever, regardless of whether political spectrum, there's I talk to a lot of like young people, or like, you know, people around there. There's a lot of people they want to see the world burn to the fucking ground. They are just like, you know what, this world is corrupt. This world's screwed, so let's just take the whole thing down. We don't care anymore. Nothing matters. And I think that's reflected in a lot of the media we consume, because if you think about a lot of the media we consume nowadays is made by the younger generation now. Now the millennials are the ones that are at the helm, and they've been spoon-fed a lot of the garbage of the culture, and it's kind of like spending through them. They just have this like, you know, screw you kind of attitude. Is like, you know, this kind of woke, we're oppressed, everything is horrible and bad and terrible, and so we need to pout. And, you know, it's this idea that we're not allowed to enjoy our life until the world is literally perfect. Until the world's literally perfect, we have to feel guilty all the time. It's just like, it's just such a minefield that these kids have to freaking go through. Like, even I thought my, you know, adolescence was, you know, complex and difficult. And it also doesn't help the fact, I think, culturally speaking, you know, it's a lot more fragmented nowadays. Because if you think about back in the 90s, if there was a popular movie that came out, like everybody would be quoting that movie, everybody would be saying lines from it. If there's a cultural event that happened, we all kind of watch TV and we all kind of like stick forward. Now with the internet and social media, all the cultural kind of milieu is kind of like sort of scattered, and you know, it's kind of all over the place. So there's not really a lot of like cohesion culturally speaking. There's not really one big culture. It's a lot of micro cultures that are kind of at war with each other.
Something I don't really understand about this whole situation is like the youth are angry, and it's understandable why. It's hard to find work. It's hard to find work that's going to pay bills. And a lot of us are forced to just work to be able to not even be able to pay the bills. So 40 hours of our week is gone trying to be able to square it financially, but at the same time, we're still taking out loans and using credit cards. And people living beyond their means is one of the main pushes on this. I think a lot of people are feeling drawn towards being able to compete with other people who live beyond their means to look more affluent than they really are. And so this is a difficult situation. And so one thing that baffles me is that the youth are having a hard time becoming financially stable in our economy. And who are they blaming, though? I feel like the youth are more aware that it's the world banking system, the cabal, the elite that's behind the government that's really controlling everything and making it hard for us. And so they're angry about that. They're angry about the fact that they can't thrive in our society financially. But they're not necessarily angry at like China or Russia or Israel or Ukraine like the government should be wanting them to be. So how is it that during this golden age of information that we're allowed to be angry at the real enemy, the world government that overruns all of these nations? And are they going to try to discourage them from that by playing on their anger and having them find different people to point fingers at in these little stories that they show them? Does that help them get it off their chests so that they don't do something about it?
It's a very interesting question, looking at it like from a social dynamic, because it used to be very easy, them versus us, you know, the Russians. Let's blame the Russians or the Chinese, but we now realize it's not that simple. Namaste, dear brother. We have another esteemed member of the round table that has joined us. This is Dr. K, dear Kalil, and he's got his own university that he's been running. You can find his channel on my channel if you take a look. All the channels are here, the recommended channels. Indy's channel is starting to get more content on it, I believe. Yes. So yeah, welcome, dear Dr. K, dear brother. He's a numerologist first and foremost, and he practices and does all sorts of gematria and numerology, from Chaldean to the typical numerology that we know, as well as, you know, Hebrewic numerology, and even, I believe, some of the Sumerian numerology as well. He also teaches various different occult therapeutics, wisdom, knowledge of the ancients from the land of Kem. And what a lovely brother. Welcome, dear Dr. K. How are you doing? It's an honor to have you on the show, and thank you for joining us.
Welcome, Kalil.
Thank you so much, Franklin. What's going on, Indy? What's going on, Cosmic? So happy to see y'all. I had a moment to pop in. I heard y'all talking. I wanted to bring some sunlight, man. I know how bleak this year looks to a lot of people already, but I have to point out the other side. I have to point out the sunlight, because there's some beautiful things going on right now, especially in terms of the youth. The youth, you know, we hear such adages as like, you know, a child shall lead them. I see that burning beautifully and brilliantly bright right now, because the wood dragon is over, right? The 29th, the wood snake came in, and we have to understand what that means in terms of like the collective, right? So to go from this unrefined, let's take a look at Kundalini, right? If we look at Kundalini, you can understand we used to have a phenomenon that doesn't necessarily exist too much anymore. It's changed, it's alchemized, it's transmuted its form. I'm speaking about spontaneous combustion, right? Spontaneous combustion is what would occur to a large degree when someone would have a Kundalini awakening. And they would begin to rise that Kundalini without the advent of such popular things we have now, like Kundalini yoga or past life regressions, or even the term, which has become cliche to some people because a lot of people misuse these terms for a lot of crazy individualistic purposes as opposed to the collective. And I'm talking about shadow work, right? Shadow work is a beautiful, brilliant science that everyone needs to consistently pour into, especially in terms of themselves, because by doing that to ourselves, it's easier to be that kind of empathetic and to be able to show up for other people, also to allow them to show up as they are without judgment, right? As opposed to this being this cliche thing that we're wishing for. Because of this 5D signaling, because of all these towers, especially, once COVID came in, right? 5 years ago, essentially. Now, at this point, people aren't necessarily spontaneously combusting anymore. Now we have these new terms like hyper cancer, right? We have these diseases that are taking on new forms. We have these cycles of bird flu and avian, all these things coming back in not just 30-year cycles, but now 15-year cycles, right? So what does that mean? That means your potential is now greater than ever, right? The aggression of the wood snake has now transmuted into the wood, or I'm sorry, the wood dragon has now transmuted into the wood snake. What does the snake represent, right? We can go back to the Egyptian pantheon, right? And we can look at pre-dynastic Set, right? If we're familiar with the mythology of Osiris or Asar, right? He was cut into 14 pieces. This was a burial rite from the time of Set before the written history that we have, right? In other words, the good guy became the bad guy. When Set lost the rebellion, he turned into a snake and went and hid in the earth, right? And Haru flew around, or Horus flew around to make sure that he never showed his head. This is why we get the tenet in Christianity that the head of the serpent is crushed by the heel. Also, it tells you, in terms of this evil, the first description it gives you is that the serpent was the wisest of all creatures. But the general connotation is that the snake was the liar. So we can understand how these things flip and invert over time, especially through the lens of different epochs or schools of thought. So we have to recognize where it is that we are. And if we're not seeing something in terms of the youth, in terms of the availability, in terms of the showing up, in terms of the understanding, in terms of the clarification, then we need to embody that more. We have to be the change we wish to see. Otherwise, we're waiting for someone to show up and to save us. And that's just not going to happen in this year, especially after the year that we just came through. We just came through a universal 8. We're now going into the universal 9. For anybody paying attention, the doomsday clock, right? Alan Moore, one of my favorite occultists, despite the controversy. Alan Moore has spoken about the doomsday clock to a great extent, especially in his narrative of the Watchmen, right? Especially through the lens of V for Vendetta and a host of other magnificent occultic tomes, right? So if the doomsday clock, they just came out with an article stating that it's now 89 seconds away from midnight. What does that mean spiritually? Are we not still in the crux, in the mix of this, moving from this universal 8 to this universal 9? Has this year not come in very hot? Is the rest of the world not still reeling from the idea that Donald Trump is supposedly our president again? There's shockwaves going from coast to coast for one reason or another, and they're going to continue. Let's not forget about California, right? Let's not forget about the intricacies of being available to show up and to help. This year, if nothing else is taken away from the long-winded spiel I just delivered, remember, it's not always about you. We have to be the change that we need to see. To be able to show up for someone else in the capacity which they require is not only a lost art, but it is going to be a requirement in this year.
Yeah, that's a lovely message, brother. Thank you for sharing that. And I think it's rather fundamental that this is really the key when we talk about attachment. When we talk about the doomsday clock. That damn clock, man. That clock's been this way and that way and this way and that way. And they were playing with that clock in the Cold War, weren't they? They were like, whoa, we're getting close. I think it got to a point where it was almost a minute to midnight, wasn't it? So we've scored 18 seconds.
Close.
So, hey?
It was getting too close at one point.
Yeah. And I do think that, and I agree that there's so much fear-mongery at the moment. And it's not new, but I think this is a big part of like really where we're getting to in this conversation is how much fear does the average person live in? And how does that cut them off from experiencing love? Because if you're in a state of fear, you're not in a state of love. When you're in a state of love, you're not in a state of fear. If there's danger and you've got a child next to you that you love, there is no danger. It's just protect the child.
That's
What
right.
danger? Keep him safe. That's what matters, you know? And so, you know, fear dissolves very fast in the presence of love. It can't stand. But unfortunately, you know, the powers that be, and this is one of those things with all this dark programming, all these movies getting the dark elements, they've got to give the truth to us. So they give us a lot of truth in these movies, but they give it to us with a twist. And the twist is to leave us feeling this sort of empty darkness inside us. The fundamental message behind, the emotional message behind the film often leads to a state of fear and feeling disconcerted. And I think that this is like a real problem. It's obviously not a coincidence. People say, yeah, but they're making films because that's what people want to see. That's what people want to see because that's what people know, because they've been dumbing us down for quite a while. And unfortunately, there has been a certain degree of success in dumbing us down, because this is why we don't have enough conversations with people anymore. Why the young people have these 4-word long text conversations. And that's it. The amount of words that they consider a conversation between two people in the old days was like, hello, how are you? What's going on? You know, where we used to have real conversations a lot more 30 years ago. I mean, you're in the same boat, Kalal. You know, you've been around a while. You remember the days before the internet was what it is. We used to talk. Yeah, people used to get together and have conversations, and it's like it's becoming a dying art. And the way I see it is like fundamentally, we're at this point now where we do need to start looking outwards. We do need to start getting together. We need to start forming a collective. We need to look at community through new eyes and start to recognize that community isn't what we think it is. You know, it's the people that we can help, the people that can be there for us, the people that are part of a connection, that are able to do positive things together. And it keeps coming to my mind how during the time of the arm prick adventure, there was a lady here who shopped her neighbor to the cops, and he spent the weekend in jail for walking his dog in a beach town where there's hardly anybody here. Like, there was no one in the road. He didn't pose a danger to anyone. But he spent the weekend in jail because one of his fearful neighbors, little old lady, looked out of a window and thought, well, I better call the police, tell them there's a guy walking his dog in the street. Yeah, but like, don't you recognize the guy? It's old John down the road. You know him. You've known him for like 20 years. Yeah? He's walking his dog. He's not in danger. No. I've got to phone the police. So, you know, the fear has gotten to the point where it's actually started to break communities apart. And I noticed this. I had to expel little old ladies from my social group that I run here in Seaforth, I live in Simonstown, Seaforth, and I run the social group for the local community on WhatsApp. And I had to kick out little old ladies because I'd asked them nicely. I was like, look, this isn't Facebook, right? It's a certain kind of conversation that happens on Facebook, which is all good for Facebook. But here, we're not like really trying to have an argument with people. We're not really trying to be, create a war. We're not here to have a huge fight over politics, right? Over, is Trump a good guy or is this one a bad guy? People get so heated. And I had to kick some ladies out of the social group. It became a big thing. They were causing so much trouble with other members in my group. A lot of the people are older, that people started messaging me and saying, look, I can't be in the group anymore because there's that little clique of ladies. So I asked them nicely. I had to start kicking them out one by one. I asked them nicely, sent them private messages. Then they still carried on. Then I sent a message on the group to say, please, no more of this and this and this and this. Updated the group rules. They carried on victimizing people because they are used to victimizing people on Facebook. Well, but they don't share the same opinions that we share. So we're going to get together and we're going to bully them. Bullying is a big problem in the day and age. Well, what do we do about our youngsters when they're living in this social world, which is basically a text-based world? Namaste, Joey. How you doing? Hope you're good. Hope you're well. Hope you're thriving. And they're being conditioned and controlled through peer pressure by people all over the world. I mean, it's reaching the point where children don't talk to each other much anymore. I watch the children at the local school here. Yeah. And it's sad. Do you know the only teenagers that actually talk to each other much are the ones that smoke cannabis down the road before school? You got to laugh, man. These teenagers, they must be like 15, 16, 17, 18. I don't know what age they are. But anyway, they're big kids. They're like technically, legally, maybe most of them might be 18 or 17 because it's a high school. They look like they're adultish. You can't really tell looking at someone. But I noticed these young people, and they're actually the ones standing having conversations, talking about things. And I'll walk up the road, and I still walked up the road. I said, dudes, you can't stand here and smoke. This is like a road. Seriously. It doesn't look good in the community, and you're going to get busted here. Like, why don't you guys, there's like loads of like really chilled out places there under the trees where you're off the road, where you can go and do your private thing, So they actually took a page out of that book and they found a nice little spot under a tree, which was a little clearing to go and do their thing, their little community. But it's interesting to watch these youngsters. They're on their phones before school. They're at my shop. There's a whole lot of benches outside my shop. They're all sitting there at the shop. They're all on their phones. You see them like across the road when the bus is going to come and they're waiting for the bus. They're all on their phones. They're not talking to each other anymore. They're not like a clique. When we were young, we were talking to each other all the time. Communication is a lost art. And without communication, how are you supposed to empathize with the person next to you? You tell them what's troubling you. They tell you what's troubling them. You actually start to build an emotional bond because you're talking to each other. But if you're just not interested in the people around you because there's more important information coming through your phone, what does that mean?
I know you both, Kalel and Bush Whisperer, were talking about fear. And I think one of the things I kind of wanted to mention, that I think going on culturally, it's not just that they're indoctrinating people with fear, but that they bully and discourage people who try to dispel the fear. I'm sure I'm going to pose this this question to pretty much everybody on the round table or anybody in the chat right now. But have you ever been like tried to, bring up a more optimistic or positive view of the world and people get viscerally angry at you? This seems to happen to me more often than not when you try to be like, it's not so bad. They're like, what? How dare you say that the world's not going to get? It's like there's almost like there's like police. It's like they make you feel afraid of not being afraid. That you feel like if you're like not worried, then there's something wrong with you. You should be afraid like the rest of us. And then they can dogpile on you, and then they either try to make you afraid, or they try to if you're trying to help somebody out who is afraid, they try to discourage it and jump in, just kind of like in a cult where if you try to you talk to somebody in the cult, I don't know if you've ever watched like videos where they interview people with the cult. Will interview somebody, and then somebody else from the cult will take that person away from the person being interviewed. Like, no, don't talk to that person. You know, get away from it. I think there's a lot of that. It's like, I don't know if you guys dealt with that, you know, recently when it comes to just dealing with other people in general, where they basically just get angry at you for suggesting that things might not be as bad as they seem.
All the time. All the time. But it's not, you have to realize who you're talking to. You have to realize where you may be. And you have to understand the climate and the umbrella energy, especially that we are collectively in. Because regardless of, you know, whether we're getting political or whether we're getting spiritual, people don't know how to deal with happiness. And it's gotten to the point where it's like, how dare you? How can you possibly be happy when children are being trafficked and women are being disrespected, and we don't have equal rights, and it's 2025 and we're still dealing with this? Say all of that to a baby. Say all of that to a baby living in a cardboard box on a rainy day with only a cat to care for it. As extreme as that is, that baby is going to be having a ball because it doesn't know anything different. When you're born in chaos, when you're surrounded by disparity and some of these other more negative connotations, those things are to be expected. But there's always going to be somebody in that environment, in those circumstances, who sees the brighter side. So what are we going to choose to focus on? Because we can there will always be another problem. There will always be another agenda. There will always be something that's being pushed by the powers that should not be. And we can focus on that. Or we can focus on the magic that these babies are doing. We can focus on the magic that these wonderful parents and substitutes are doing. Because that miracle work is also always being done. But if we wait for the media to tell us, if we wait for the birds to come back and tell us that, we're going to be waiting a long time. We got to go out and be that change.
Yeah, and I agree. You know that this is an interesting point that you're bringing up, Cosmic, and you know what you're adding to. Kalal, I think it's a big problem that people are ready to fight over nonsense. I think what it is people are just programmed into fear. And when you're programmed into fear, as you know, any good kinesiologist would tell you, hey, Mexico, it's going to activate your triple burner. And your triple burner is going to have one or two responses, fight or flight. You either go and hide in a corner and hide behind your texts and pretend that you're not here, pretend la 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 land, fill yourself with computer games and stuff and not engage with people and just engage with the AI systems as much as you can to like dizzy yourself out of reality. Or, you know, you go in and you start talking to people and you start facing the fear. And very often that will lead to the fight response. So people are looking for a fight. And I think it's also by design. Let's face it, like the fear is not an accident. We're not just, we're afraid. The news, all the crap that they broadcasted at us has been designed to make us afraid. The films, the Hollywood, the way that they twist the mythology that they feed back to us, they always add a negative twist on it, you know? So even Superman has become dark, right? Superman was a good guy. Superman was there to save the world. He was selfless. He was devoted. No, Superman can go dark. So we're living in an age where even our heroes can sometimes be a bit narcissistic. And we see this in the films. The heroes in the films are becoming more and more narcissistic. You know, you see this in The Punisher, for example, the good guy. The good guy's not really that good. So, you know, we our mythology in our heads being twisted and confused. And I think that something you said earlier, Kalal, about the Kundalini is a really interesting point. You know, the shadow work. Yes, Mexico, exactly. The shadow work that we need to be doing is not being done. We're not giving the attention to actually, hold on, there's fear. Let's face the fear. There's negative stuff in the world. Let's have a constructive conversation about what's negative, not one where we become angry or fearful, because being fearful, being angry, it's not productive. Let's bring out the shadow. Let's take a look at these emotions. Let's talk about it. People don't want to talk about these things. They want to rant about it. They want to get angry about it, like the young generation you're talking about, Cosmic. And they're ready to fight because they know that it's wrong. And I can completely appreciate where the younger generation's coming from, right? Like, they're growing up in the world and they can see where our controllers want to take the world, right? Because they can see where the controllers want to take our world, they become pessimistic, which is sort of understandable if we can empathize with the younger generation. We grew up in a world where the world was our oyster. There was like positive possibilities ahead of us. But the youngsters are growing up in a world where they know that the governments have been playing games, pretending that this 19 virus is the end of the world and that, you know, they're going to control every aspect of your life to the point where it's much more difficult for younger peoples to adjust to the world, because the world is moving faster than it ever was moving. And we get taught to believe that all this fast movement in the world is natural. But how much of it is orchestrated by fashion, by media, by, you know, entertainment? So I do think that there's a big role to look at here when we look at the Kundalini, how the Kundalini plays its fundamental role, and how much of consciousness creates reality. So if enough people are upset and afraid and angry, that is going to add a flavor to reality. And we're going to be catching the feedback loop of all of these negative emotions. And we're all going to bounce around in this little negative bouncing pool of emotions. And it's going to make the people next door to us angry and afraid, and next door to us angry and afraid, and to the point where you could be on a bus stop and there could be bad things happening and everybody's either too self-absorbed or afraid or whatever to get involved and help, right? I can't understand this. I see these videos all the time. It's a woman being beaten up on a bus stop and people are filming it. I mean, come on, man. You almost want to give the bloke a backhand for filming it, right? Like, where's your decency, you know? It's not enough that she's being hurt. You want to put this on your Facebook or your YouTube, you know, so that you can get views, right? So that you can up your social status and become like, look what I've seen, look what I've got. Oh, this is a cool video. This video is going to go viral. This woman's getting battered, you know, instead of like just stepping in and saying, oi, you know, this is not how we do this on planet Earth. So I think this natural disassociation is because this fabric of space-time is being so charged with fear that one has to be totally in tune with one's shadow. And being in tune with one's shadow means being aware of one's attachments. And so attachments, shadow, and fear. We've got an interesting little triangle here. How do you guys see this triangle?
I gotta address something you said there, because you just epitomized something that I said earlier, especially in terms of mythology and the powers that should not be, right? So you mentioned Superman. You mentioned Superman going dark, right? Superman went dark 12 years ago when Man of Steel came out with Henry Cavill, and you saw Superman break one of his cardinal rules where he killed Zod at the end of the movie, right? Not to mention that Superman's costume was a little darker and it was a little realer because the director was Zack Snyder, who did Watchmen and a couple others, right? So he went very, very dark, right? Russell Crowe was Jor-El, very, very dark. Now you have the trailer for the new Superman movie that has come out, right? And it's a little lighter, right? You still have a lot of controversy because for one reason or another, Superman doesn't look so buff in his suit. The colors are too bright. He's got this stupid little dog named Crypto, right? So like we don't even necessarily recognize the change. You see what I'm saying? Like things have actually lightened up to a certain degree, but now there's a controversy because we've got these second league Justice League characters that nobody knows in the film, and like we don't always take the time to recognize what's being conveyed, right? You got the Fantastic Four trailer coming out February 4th, right? FF Day, this coming week, where it's Marvel's first family, right? And this time they have children, like they do in the comic books. The children are only reflecting what the parents are doing. So we can't check the kids without checking the parents. Because the reason people are so comfortable photographing someone getting their, having a difficult moment is because we allow it. We have to start participating. Again, we have to be the change we want to see. Like, hey, yo, bro, that ain't cool. Because where are we seeing these things? Typically on social media. We can create our own. We can do mass exodus. Or we can just change the climate so that shit ain't cool and not participate. But we have to be the change we want to see. We can't just talk about it because kids watch people talk all the time and then go do something else. We couldn't question our parents like that, like do as I say, not as I do. These kids ain't trying to hear that shit. Fuck what you talking about. You know what I'm saying? I see you doing this, I'm gonna go do that. So it's not about our words. We gotta walk it like we talk it. We have to, and if we're not doing that, we're wasting our breath.
You know, Khalil, there's something kind of interesting you're pointing at here when we're talking about how superhero movies have changed their direction. I think one of the issues that I've noticed lately with not with just superhero movies, science fiction movies, fantasy movies, is that there's too much of an emphasis on realism. And what I mean by that is if you think about like how heroes used to be, they were these very benevolent, they always did the right thing. And I think a lot of people nowadays, they're like, well, that's not realistic. That's not a realistic. That's like, no one is actually like that. And I'm thinking to myself, well, that's kind of the point. It's not supposed to be realistic. The idea of a hero like a Superman or a Luke Skywalker or any kind of like hero figures, that's something to aspire to. It's a goal that you set up. It's like, I'm going to try to make myself more like this higher good. And that kind of inspires you to become a better person, to grow. Whereas now, with a lot of these heroes and characters being these dark, flawed, beings that do these kind of morally questionable things, is that on the one hand, it makes the heroes more relatable to us, but then it doesn't give us a high mark to aspire to. It doesn't give us like a sense of inspiration. So it's almost more like these characters are more serve the purpose of validating one's narcissistic ego rather than pushing oneself to sort of a higher, goal or pathway.
I would go so far as to say it's both, but I would have to argue the tenets of the superhero because I think that that's always been the case. If we look at the surface, especially in, let's to be nice and say like the last 30 years, due to not just social media, but mass media in general, where the superhero movie has become such a big thing, right? Hollywood is largely being carried by the romantic comedy and the superhero genre, right? So if we look at Superman came out like what, 1939, 1940s. You got this harsh story about, a sole survivor, an alien being adopted into a completely new way of life where he's looked at as a god just because of who he is. That gets flipped and inverted through the narrative of his shadow side, Batman or Bruce Wayne, who literally adopts an 8-year-old boy and allows him to fight crime. Look at Batman with his black and gray and blue and gray hiding in the shadows. And look at this bright red, green, and yellow 8-year-old boy taking the attention away from an armed gunman so that Batman can creep up. Like that's pederasty, right? If we're being honest, you know what I'm saying? Like, and it gets worse. Tony Stark, Iron Man, was an alcoholic when he first debuted, right? Like, I mean, it goes hard. So, like, you know, the idea on the surface in terms of like children's cartoons, like maybe Super Friends back in the day or something like that, I can kind of see that. But it has no choice but to be real. You know, as big of a fan of 1989's Batman as I am largely because of Jack Nicholson's Joker, it doesn't get any realer than Christopher Nolan's Batman trilogy with Batman Begins, The Dark Knight, and The Dark Knight Rises. It's meant to be real. Peter Parker is bullied in high school. He gets bitten by the spider. His girlfriend dies, right? Gwen Stacy died in his arms because of his mistake. He was a teenager, right? He builds web shooters because he can't afford anything else. So necessity forced him to use his intellect. He was a teenager. You know what I'm saying? So like, you know, these things naturally get very dark. The Punisher is an extreme case. You're talking about Frank Castle, who has his family slaughtered by the mob, right? So like a lot of his action and his killings, his way of dealing with crime and that filth is kind of justified. So it turns into a tenet. But this is the same. You know, he often quotes the Catholic Bible in his killings. So where did that come from? You know what I'm saying? So it's if we look at it on the surface, it can appear to be, you know, a myriad of things. But if we dare to put it under that microscope, there's always going to be some filth to see.
Well, it's certainly getting more filthy now. But I think the point that I was trying to get at in a larger sort of meta sense is that it's almost like fantasy and science fiction media. It's too real. Like it's like the whole point of fantasy is to sort of be able to transcend reality. There's a magical component, a spell casting. When you look at some kind of character that's larger than life, it gives you the inspiration to sort of transcend the limits of this realm and really conjure that magical energy. Whereas I feel the trend towards a lot of the media now is to simply mire us deeper into the mundane, deeper into reality. That's kind of like what I was like trying to aim at. So I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that, guys.
I completely get where you're coming from, because like I do think that we're being desensitized towards violence in a way that we never were. We were desensitized towards violence in the 80s against the baddies, by the goodies, for the sake of good. Now we're being desensitized towards violence between people. So like you say, before it was a very much good versus evil thing. And it wasn't really people. It was more like principles. This Superman embodies good. This embodies the bad of the world. It's a metaphor. It's fantasy. It's out there. It's not based in reality. But now we're getting these real characters that are so real that we can identify with them on a personal level. And because of this personal identification, the fact that these people are being so aggressive and violent imprints on us more than the metaphorical idea of violence. Like if you're imagining the violence between like the gods, the angels and the demons, or the demigods and the giants, you know, from ancient Greek stories, or the Asuras and the Devas and the Devis, the battle of, you know, Krishna's great battle on the battlefield where Arjuna is to fight. Those are like very much, there's a unrealism to it, which almost makes it safe in a way for our own unconscious, because we're not taking it on to ourselves. But I think that, like Carlyle says, they're making it so real that the dirtiness inside that is reflecting some dirtiness within ourselves, which makes it easier for us to actually imagine ourselves in that violent kind of a situation. And so they are using our internal mechanisms, our own unconscious violence, and they're putting it on the screen in front of us and helping us find this connection between these two things while stimulating our brain in a very sort of fast-paced, aggressive way. I can't actually watch a lot of these later films, and it's really interesting. Like, I've tried watching some of them. I find the storyline seems to become thin. There's more aggression and violence and more choreography of fight scenes that aren't even necessarily good fight scenes anymore. So there seems to be less of the story behind it and more of the just entertain us with the senseless violence. And I think that this, to me, creates this sense of like the world is like hectic, because we're continually being shown films of heaviness and violence and aggression, and we can relate to this on such a personal level. That must be what the world's like. So a lot of young people watch these films and they get really negative, and they're like, look how shit the world is, because there's all this aggression. Well, there is this aggression, but here's another thing. My 8-year-old, if he watches the wrong film, you know what happens? He becomes aggressive. So yeah, I mean, I saw Mexico mention the violence is our internal, there is violence in our internal world. Yes. But can that violence be put into our internal world by what we choose to entertain ourselves with? There's certain content I don't like my little boy watching. Because if you are watching things that make you think about violence, the more you think about violence, the more you're likely to speak violently. And the more you think violently and speak violently, the more you're likely to act violently or aggressively, whether it's one form of aggression or another. And I notice it with my son. Watch the wrong content of films and he starts acting it out towards the animals on an unconscious way. So I've like really got a tight grip on my little boy, what I allow him to watch. And I think like this is becoming worse. In our days when we were younger, the children were a little bit more protected. What do you think about that?
I think number one, that's excellent. And as you should have that tight rein. If more people had that tight rein and that awareness, we wouldn't have to deal with a whole lot of things, right? But we have to understand where that came from and what's truly at play. So we can go back to like when our grandparents were children, right? We can go back to the 40s and the 50s, and we can look at things like Looney Tunes, which were extremely violent, right? If we go back and read those books and actually look at child psychology, we can see that not only were these cartoons extremely violent and racist, they also used classical music. And what is classical music? For as wondrous as it is for playing it, for women who are pregnant, for babies that are in utero, this is war music. It used to be used for war, right? So we can understand the violence. So how does that translate? Now we're talking about a system that's been at a totalitarian tiptoe, increasing the volume of this violence over decades. So we have to be aware. It's not like this just started last week, like, oh my God, the movies are horrible. No, they've been horrible. That was one of the major tenets. So we have to stay aware of that. That's always everly increasing. But on the flip side of that, using it as a catalyst, as a gauge to recognize certain things in our children that allow them to express to us the kind of parent and the kind of discipline they need is a beautiful thing. Because now we have a boundary that we can respect and we can pour into and we can watch and we can let it expand until it doesn't need to exist anymore, because now we can begin to trust this child in the world to be a product for the collective as opposed to just this isolated, cut off thing. because that's what a lot of children feel, which is why the violence becomes an automatic outlet to get your attention. Because you're gonna give me this attention one way or another. And that's what we see people gravitating towards. When you look at movies like I mentioned, Fantastic Four, that's coming out, I'm very interested in this movie because Reed Richards, who's arguably in Marvel Comics anyway, supposed to be like one of the smartest men, if not the smartest man on earth, he recognized an issue with the universe because these threats keep coming day after day, year after year, decade after decade, trying to destroy this place, whether it be Galactus or something else. And the Earth scientists had given up. They had completely given up. Like I just said, the doomsday clock is 78 years old. It just moved 89 seconds to midnight, for whatever that means. That tells me that science has given up. You know what I'm saying? This is going to end. It's going to be over, whatever, according to them at the very least, right? So what did Reed do? He went to his children, Valeria and Franklin, who are smarter than him, right? And they have such fun looking at the world and the universe and this infinite possibilities. He gave them the problems of the world and created the Future Foundation. And they began to fix these problems in a way that no one ever dreamed of, because they look at everything with such enthusiasm. As adults, we tend to lose that. This is why the creative adult is the creative child who never really grew up. So when we think about these old adages like a child shall lead them, we need to pay attention to these grievances that these children are expressing, but we also need to see each other's children like they're our own. And that is an incredibly risky and dangerous thing to do in this world, because our children don't even play outside anymore to a large degree, depending on where you are, because of what can happen. As great as technology is supposed to be, children are still disappearing at an alarming rate, increasingly so. So what is technology looking at? We're not even holding it accountable, let alone ourselves. So it creates this natural conundrum. So again, because I got to go, guys. I'm sorry. I got to go make a couple moves. But please remember to be the change you want to see. Always and always. Love, peace, and power to you, Franklin, Indy, Cosmic. Y'all keep rocking it, man.
Big love, brother. Take it easy. Good luck. And
Take it easy, man.
Where are you? What's your tag name on you're using this other app, or you're not? You mentioned it. Give us a shout. What is it?
You can catch me every day on Clubhouse in Mama Diamond, Nina Dunham's room. That is Aquarius Maximus Mom. We do a podcast every day at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Clubhouse, the Astrology Club. The YouTube is still going. The readings are still going. There's a lot of books coming. There's classes coming, but I'm wearing so many different hats. I'm enjoying them all more and more and more. But we do that podcast no matter what, every day at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Well, big love, brother. Travel safe. Good luck. I hope your shows are going well. And look forward to hearing from you and seeing more of you. Take it easy and be well.
All my love, y'all. Peace.
Always an honor. Om Shanti. Yeah, being the change we want to be. I think this is a really wonderful phrase. And it's always stuck with me, I first really came across this phrase in the late 90s. It was Fraser Clark that really used that phrase a lot in the UK. And it was always really beautiful, become the change you want to see in the world. I think there's something very powerful and very important to recognize that. And I also get the sense that, we are living in this age where everybody's distracted. And I think we're distracted by, like, personally, Cosmic, you mentioned the music. Oh my gosh. So as a shaman, you can imagine the principle of rhythm matters a lot to me. So I've spent a lot of my life investigating rhythm. Like really investigating rhythm. What's the heart rhythm? Can you feel your heart beating now? I don't need to take my pulse. I can feel my heart beating. Can you feel your heart beating in your body? Doof, doof, doof. So if you can feel your heart beating, you can feel the rhythm. So the key is to be able to feel your heart and to listen to the music. What does the music do to the heart? It's why I can't listen to this modern music. A lot of it. As a shaman, I can't listen to it because I'm so plugged in and tuned in to the fact that particular rhythms are going to have a particular effect on my heartbeat. And your heart will try and mimic certain patterns of rhythm, right? So the drums that we play are called heartbeat drums. There's a reason why a shaman drum is called a heartbeat drum, right? Because it's a drum that's designed to get your heartbeat into a good rhythm. And when your heartbeat is in a good rhythm, your blood work dances well. And when the blood flows and dances in a beautiful way, your consciousness moves in a beautiful way. Your thoughts move in a harmonic way. Your emotions feed your thoughts in a harmonic way. Your voice becomes a translation to these harmonic sounds and frequencies, and the thoughts that are expressed by your voice will then hold that harmonic key and pitch and be reflected in the meaning of what is being said. I think this is one of the reasons why people are so afraid. Because one of the things with me that I noticed is people get frights. I don't really get a fright. If something happens, I move. I'm in action, right? I'm moving towards like dealing with the situation in real time, fast. But my internal consciousness is not getting a fright. It's like if something falls off the table, you're moving towards catching it rather than, something fell. I think when people get a fright, it's because their heart rhythm's not good. So if your heart rhythm has got a good heart rhythm, you don't get a fright. First thing when you're training in martial arts, the breathing. You've got to get the breathing right so the heart rhythm is right. When the heart rhythm is right, you won't get a fright when people attack you. You'll be able to move with the attacks. You won't be like, oh no, there's an attack coming. You'll be like, okay, attack coming, move. So it's the same thing in life. The young people's hearts are so unconditioned towards a proper rhythm that the plasma in their blood isn't being properly tuned. And so the electromagnetic frequency running through their blood is dissident. And when that electromagnetic frequency running through the blood is dissident, the Kundalini becomes agitated. And I'll pull up a picture while I'm explaining this. And while the Kundalini is agitated, you'll find there's more of a swing between the polarities. And this swinging between the polarities is really fundamental to understanding what's going on in the Kundalini experience. Because of the swinging of the polarity and the energies, it creates this dissident field of frequency. And this dissident field of frequency then becomes the way in which our energy field reflects consciousness within our body. And so trying to find it, Kundalini image, gosh, they've really dumbed everything down. Ida, Pingala. So the Ida and the Pingala flow, which relate fundamentally and primarily to the workings of your pineal gland with the thalamus and the workings of your pituitary gland with the hypothalamus. And this pituitary gland with the hypothalamus is governing your hormones and your emotions and your feelings and your moods. And so obviously the pituitary is governing the frequencies of electronic resonance running through your central nervous system. So it's important to understand what's going on when you're listening to dissident music, right?
Does the Ida ascend and Pingala descend?
The Ida is the descending current,
okay,
running down the left side of the spine, right?
Yep.
And the Pingala is the ascending current. Like, yeah, there's an image here. You can see this being is facing us. So this is looking at someone from the front, right? In Western cosmology, we tend to look at images as if from the back normally. But anyway, it's a different way of looking from the top down or looking from the bottom up. But yeah, so yeah, can you see my mouse on the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I've made my mouse big so you can see it. So here we've got the Ida current. So the Ida current is cold here, hot here. And it's switching. And so the Pingala and the Ida are wrapping around. And so there is the Ida within Pingala and the Pingala within Ida. So for example, you could say that this is the Ida of Ida. This is the Pingala of Ida. Ida of Ida, Pingala of Pingala. Pingala of Ida and Ida of Ida. And here we have Pingala of Pingala. And here we have Pingala of Ida. Sorry, Ida of Pingala.
It's
Pingala
like
of Pingala.
And within the end.
Exactly. This is if you imagine it. So what happens is this then becomes like that. You see that picture I'm drawing here?
Yeah.
It's a bigger swing. So the pendulum now is swinging from there to 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 there. Imagine if the pendulum is swinging from there to there to there to there to there to there. When the pendulum swings too far, you know what happens? You get dizzy.
Yeah.
That dizziness that you're experiencing is when the pendulum is swinging too far between Ida and Pingala. It means you're not grounded. The closer your energy field gets to the central column, which is Sushumna, the more grounded. So here you can see this person is in a dhyana posture, and the posture is correct. And they are obviously meditating, hence their Ida and the Pingala look the way it looks here. But a normal person is going to have a bigger swinging pendulum. Somebody listening to that music, the pendulum will be bigger. So in this deep state of meditation, if somebody throws something at you, you won't get a fright. You'll be ready for whatever's coming because you'll be conscious and grounded and aware of your surroundings and aware of what's going on inside. You'll be aware of your emotional reactions. You'll be aware of your mental processes. But when your pendulum is swinging so broad, so this has got to do with the beating of the heart. So when the heart is beating in a good rhythm, this is what your Kundalini looks like. When your heart is beating in a bad rhythm, you have one huge loop and one small loop, and a big loop and a small loop, and a big loop. It's all over the show. It's dissident. It's basically going to create a sense of energetic confusion. And this energetic confusion of the Ida and the Pingala swinging like these huge, broad swinging pendulums is what's essentially going to produce this confusion and dizziness. Now, when you're dizzy, it's easier to be possessed. Yeah. What do your faith say about possession?
I actually kind of wanted to bring up another point I was thinking about right now, because you're talking about music and it being out of alignment, but I kind of have an interesting counterpoint. Franklin, are you familiar with the musical artist Captain Beefheart by any chance? He was famous outsider musician. He's childhood friends with Frank Zappa. And anyway, he created this album called, it's pretty notorious, called Trout Mask Replica. And it is by far one of the most like dissonant, like offbeat, just insane sounding albums you will ever hear. Like when you say like, you know, they were on drugs when they made it, that's exactly what this album's about. But Beefheart had an interesting reasoning behind his rhythms. He said he wanted to make his music anti-hypnotic. He felt that so much music out there, everything moves to this like machine-like repetition. Everything moves to this machine-like rhythm. It's very repetitive, very hypnotic. And he would make music that was where the rhythm was like, it was constantly changing. It's just like constantly moving up and down. Like it is just the most, but I guess, but the effect of it is it breaks you out of the hypnotic spell. And I always thought that was kind of like an interesting sort of way to look at it. Cause I think on one hand, I think that dissonant music, I think that what you're talking about, it's interesting. You talk about, you know, popular music like It Feels Bad in Your Heart. I think you'd be interested to know that the young kids, they refer to those beats as being called chopped and screwed. And that fits like with exactly what you're talking about. And I just wanted to say something about, you know, with when it comes to like, you know, dissonance. But I think the other thing I have a problem with music is that the kind of the propaganda aspect of it, how it can get you so extremely emotional. Now, when I hear music and it's really sappy and sweet and emotional, I get nervous because I'm like, uh-oh, somebody's trying to manipulate me. Because if you think about like when you talk about like control and, you know, psyops and stuff like that, when I watch like videos about like mind control and tactics and how narcissists manipulate people and how cults manipulate people, the big core element is overwhelming the person with emotion to shut down their critical thinking so they don't think about it. And I think that sometimes I think that while music that's dark, you know, can have its effect, but I think sometimes there's music that's like, you know, think about like these pharmaceutical ads. And when they sell these drugs to people, they're always playing this very pleasant kind of like upbeat sort of sounding music to get people into it. And I think that we also have to realize that music can be very manipulative. It tricks our emotions. It gives us either make us nervous or it gives us a false sense of security that pulls it out. So I think that we shouldn't necessarily, so I think dissonant music isn't always a bad thing because I think it's sometimes like one of the reasons I like it is I feel like it breaks me out of that emotional hypnosis. Like I feel like I'm in this kind of this primordial chaotic world, sort of free from the human energetic things that are kind of like holding me back with all this, like maybe being too sad or being angry sounding music or something that's really just obnoxious and repetitive. So I think when it comes to music too, I think my real concern is kind of more of in like a lack of creativity and a lack of originality and a lack of just love for music. I feel like with so much music nowadays, it's like the artists don't care about the music at all. They just care about the image that they put out, and the music is like, you know, secondary. So I know I know that was kind of like not the initial question you were asking me about the Fae and possession. I actually have to kind of sit and think about that one for a second. But yeah, that's sort of thoughts. I think, you know, I think we can learn from like, I think it's different though when it's like pop music, when you're talking about, because I think that those you talk about these rhythms that are off, but there's still a repetition to those rhythms. There's this one YouTuber who has this music channel. His phrase is that repetition legitimizes, and that if you take any kind of rhythm, any kind of beat, even if it's off, if you repeat it long enough, you start to get hypnotized by it. And that's kind of why I appreciate Trout Mask Replica, because if you listen to these songs, they're pretty abrasive. I probably doubt I can't sit through the whole. I mean, it's 28 tracks of just pure insanity, but it's something that like the beat is constantly changing throughout. The rhythm is like constantly changing, so you're never really hypnotized by the music. Whereas I feel like with a lot of popular music nowadays, it's kind of has the worst of both worlds. Not only is it off beat, not only is it not in alignment with our heart, but there's still a repetition to it that keeps you locked within that false rhythm. It keeps you locked in a loop within a bad rhythm. Whereas like, I think good music and the music that I like is something that kind of breaks me free of that sort of hypnotic fold, that either whether it be melodically or rhythmically. So I'm not completely against chaos in music when it's utilized in the proper way, when it helps you to liberate you from conditioning, whereas using chaos in a weaponized way to kind of like, you know, throw you off balance and sort of put you down. So I think depending on its intention, you can use it for different things, be it for positive or negative. And I think unfortunately you're kind of seeing the worst of both ends when it comes to both the orderly and the chaotic, and that where it's that they're using it to hypnotize us and condition us. Whereas I think sometimes that chaotic music can be something that can liberate us from the hypnotic conditioning. Those are my thoughts on that.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about chaotic music. Just to clarify what I actually meant when I was talking about dissident.
Okay.
I was talking about the way that the break beats are designed. Like one of my favorite Pink Floyd albums, right, was Dark Side of the Moon. And that's all over the shop, just as an example. And that I didn't find that to be having a bad effect on the heart, right? Because it's when you've got too many beats at once, right? It's when you've got that da-da, 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 keeps repeating itself in the music. It makes your heart want to go quick beats. Beat slowly, quick beats. Beat slowly, quick beats. Beat slowly, quick beats. So, and the rhythm changing, if the rhythm follows within a certain profile of mathematics, within the sacred geometry and the Gematria, the same with like certain cycles, the particular patterns of music that we are used to aren't the only patterns of music that there are out there. Like you listen to the ragas, for example, they're crazy. Listen to like the tabla drums being played, right? But the way in which the rhythms moved produces a feel for the heart to beat normally. When I'm listening to and I'll probably love that Beefheart. I remember Captain Beefheart, by the way. I just can't remember his music director. I remember listening to a bit of that when I was young. I did like a bit of Frank Zappa, I must admit. I find his singing about little old ladies falling down the stairs a little bit concerning, and like the things that were done to these old ladies was like, whoa, hello, namaste, how you doing, dear? It was like quite heavy. But good old Frank, and I'm sure Beefheart, when I hear it, is probably going to be a bit of a blast from the past, which I don't think is necessarily bad. It's this commercial music that seems to be made by AI that I'm talking about, and it has this effect on the heart. I can't even listen to it because my heart cries out to me. It goes, "Ooh, I can't beat like that. No, I can't beat like that." Where I can listen to dance music, I can listen to side trance, I can listen to house music, I can listen to a bit of gabba, even a bit of gabba. I'm not a fan of too much gabba. It's a bit heavy. It makes my head a bit sore if I listen to too much of it. But I've rocked to a bit of gabba. I've got my boots twisting and bouncing on gabba. But the stuff that the kids are listening to today, I would not be able to be around.
You know what it also is? Like when I'm thinking about
commercial.
But the rhythm, if you really think about one of the reasons why I don't really resonate with these current sort of chopped and screwed beats is if you look at all those examples you mentioned, psytrance, gabber, house, all of those types of beats, whether they fast or slow or complicated, there's a sense of forward momentum that's taking place. You feel like you're moving. Whereas with the kind of the music that's going on nowadays, there's no sense of forward momentum. It's like you're sort of twitching in place, like you're sort of like mired. I guess that's why they literally call it trap. That's why they call it that style trap, because you feel trapped, like you're not moving forward. There's no forward momentum. Like these beats, like they suck. They're not interesting. They don't get me moving. They don't make me want to dance. It's just kind of like. It's just sort of like, going in place and just like yeah, kind of like you said, there's no sense of movement. There's no sense of walking forward. There's no sense of like, moving up and down. You're just kind of like twitching in place.
Yeah, one subgenre of electronica that really changed significantly and to its detriment is dubstep. Old school dubstep is now known as old school dubstep. Was fabulous, and it was based on slow garage music at like not really fast dance music BPMs. It was a little bit slower than your usual dance music. So it kind of vibed out with all different other genres.
And it had a reggae feel.
It had a what?
A reggae feel.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, no,
Reggae feel.
Exactly it. That's what I was trying to get to. It had that reggae dub feel to it. And it was at the rhythm where you could integrate lyrics from like all different genres into it and make remixes. And it was about to take over everything. And that changed from the really cool slow beat, which it was kind of hard for people to dance to. They didn't really have a set way to dance to it yet in the dance music scene. But other people, it was drawing people from other genres in. So that significantly changed when I think around the time when Skrillex came around, and it started having these really fast, repetitive noises, and it changed to what I consider more of a womp step, where it was like crazy android robot wars going on with laser beams. It has nothing to do with what the genre was supposed to be. And so it was very sad to me that it was lost. But luckily in Toronto, they keep it alive. They keep playing the old school stuff. It was really amazing. It was really enthralling to me, and I still enjoy it.
Yeah, I think the music is a real reflection of where we're at. And I think the films are a real reflection. And, you know, I'm not optimistic about media. I'm not optimistic about where movies are going. I'm not optimistic about where music is going. I am optimistic about humanity, in as much as that they pushed they pushed too hard with the vax cracks. Yeah. They came with the vax cracks and they said, come on, put this up your cracks. And we said, no, that's not going up our cracks. Keep yourself to your own vax. And so a lot of people went like, wow, so we can't trust you guys who are in charge? We thought you had our backs. Yeah, we got your backs, baby. Show us your cracks. No. Not that kind of got our backs, you know? So we realized they really had our backs in the way that we didn't want our backs to be had. They were ready to, you know, impale us from behind rather than have your back, keep you safe. So I think like I'm optimistic about humanity having a kind of an awakening to recognize and realize how toxic the films are, how toxic the music industry has become, how toxic the corporate agendas have become. A lot of people are very much awakening, and I do not begrudge all those youngsters that are angry and ready for a fight, because there was a stage in my life when I was angry and ready for a fight when I was a teenager. That's why I loved Rage Against the Machine. It was one of my favorite guys when I was young. Do you guys remember Rage Against the Machine?
Oh yeah,
so I loved Rage Against the Machine because they were like I'm so with these guys. They finally somebody said what I feel. You know, like they want to control us. They want to push us into a box. They want to tell us how to be, who to act like, how to dress, how to look, how to talk. You know, so you can all go and screw yourselves. That's how I felt as a teen. You know, by the time I was 12, I was so on that page. And from 12 to 16, I just got more and more into it. And then I loved the Chili Peppers. I loved all of those, you know, even the old Appetite for Destruction album, you know, made me sort of feel that aggression that I needed to feel as a youngster. And that aggression was, much of it was pointed back at the state. Because as a child, you're being conditioned by the education system. If that doesn't piss you off, what will? You're being forced to go to school. And imagine like how woke the world has become. You've now got a woke teacher that acts like a robot, sitting in front of you, trying to brainwash you with useless nonsense that you know is never going to serve you in any way in life. You've now become aware of the fact that they're just wasting your time. They're trying to condition the way you think so that they can control you and turn you into a perfect little shopping machine. So naturally, the youngsters are going to be angry. And I think that anger is healthy, Cosmic. Even though it's not productive now, I think that in time they will temper that rage and learn to channel it in such a way as to go, actually, you know what I'm really angry about? I'm angry about the way that the system works. I'm angry about that there's no representation in politics. I'm angry about the fact that corporations are allowed to dump their waste into my rivers and pollute my beautiful world. I'm angry about this. I want to do something about it. I want to get together with other people that, like me, are angry, and we're going to go and do something about it. I think it's the younger generation that's going to end a lot of the nonsense that we've been living with. What do you think about that?
I don't know. It's like, I think the other problem is that this anger that the current generation is feeling is not entirely organic, in the sense that I think a lot of that is kind of, a lot of the anger is conditioned into them. Like, specifically when I'm thinking about a lot of these universities, these radical political professors telling these kids to be, everybody's out to get you. You need to be angry. Everybody's oppressing you. And I think, because I get what you're saying about, like, kids having a natural sort of like anger impulse and feeling alienated by the world. But I think there's a lot of this anger now that's being manufactured, like you say, by like as like a kind of like a psyop, especially with a lot of this, like the political media and people being, totally. And one thing about this generation is, like, they really despise like older people, like more so than I think my generation did. It used to be like, oh man, my parents are like annoying, and now it's like, oh my God, these parents, they need to all die. It's like they're these monsters. We have to, like, it's just gotten to a point where it's it's not just like, ooh, this is angry. Like, it's frightening to see like just people just get to this level of just darkness that, you just want to see some, light with these kids and have that anger be, because a lot of these kids, they're the ones, they should be angry at different things. They should be angry at these professors, giving them all these narratives about, like, hopelessness and, everybody's out to get you, and turning people against each other, and, believing that, like, the way to a better world is to, like, increase the conflict and increase the animosity. So I think that the issue when it comes to the anger with the young people is, I think that there's a lot of older generation people sort of intentionally stoking the flames of anger.
Yeah, I think that a big part of this, and I don't mean to put this out there, but I mean, it is a reality that we're living in. We are most definitely in this dynamic, which is a big, serious issue. I would say it's like this, right? The plan is to get the younger generation to start euthanizing the older generation in the future. That's the plan. It's already out there. It's part of the mission. It's how they're going to drop the world population, is to be like, well, financially, they'll do that. They'll probably use cryogenics as a solution, right?
Honestly, you're not too far off. Have you heard about what's going on in Canada right now about the whole, like, assisted suicide program they've got over there? Have you heard about, like, I don't know. Well, I'll let the chat know in case they know. So basically now, before they had it so, like, if you're in a situation where, you're in a medical situation, you're dying of a terminal illness, and they allow you to, end your life, to end your suffering. But now they've extended it to people who are just suffering from depression. Like, if you're just depressed about life and you feel hopeless, the government can legally get you murdered, and they could legally kill you. And I think they're even doing that with a lot of, like, older people or people with, like, sickness. And, like, they're trying to push that more and more. So I think the whole thing about the younger people pushing eugenics, I mean, normally I'm kind of like against conspiracy theory, but I think you actually might be, like, onto something with that one.
Yeah, I think this is like the agenda, but I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work. You see, I think that, and I think, like you say, they are pushing psyops to make the people angry, and then they are giving people the films for the outlet for their anger. But I think it's going to bounce back on them. That's what I think is going to happen. My opinion. I think it will get to the point where enough people will be moved in a positive direction and realize who the real enemy is. And so I do see that there is a war ahead of us. There's a war for our thoughts. There's a war for our minds, you know. But there will come a point where, and you notice this here, I've noticed on Telegram there are a lot of younger people coming looking for like information. They want to learn. They want to learn. They've noticed that the world is like going crack. And they're like, well, you're older. Tell me, what do you know? What have you seen? What have you experienced? You know, there seems to be this polarizing thing happening in the world at the moment where, like you say, some of the young teenagers are going completely crazy. Like, we got to get rid of these adults. They're bad news. But there's another group of them that's like, hold on. How did we get here? Like, where the hell are we? Was it like this when you were younger? No, it wasn't. And they go, really? Like, you'll probably find even in this chat, there'll be younger people popping in here and they'll be listening to this to make them think. And, you know, I do think that talking about things is healthy. I mean, I'm with Carlisle that you got to walk the walk. But I think that part of walking the walk is learning to talk honestly, openly, and sincerely about what you really think. And I think we've been taught not to do this. We've been taught to dance around topics. We've been taught that we'll be ousted, we'll be social networking, what do you call it? Cancelled. That we'll be attacked by the other community, and the people will, you know, turn against us. So people are too scared to really speak openly. Like, we speak fairly openly here on the round table. We try not to get the channel axed. We watch our P's and Q's. But within that dynamic, we still speak quite openly. We're telling you what we think. And I think there's more of this is required. This is something we used to do. We used to exercise our freedom of speech much more openly in the old days. And now you'll find that there's less places you can go to get this kind of honest kind of conversation. And a big part of walking the talk is learning to actually talk about what you really feel deep down. And when you start becoming honest about what you feel and starting to talk with sincerity, authenticity, and integrity, what happens? Your thoughts become aligned with authenticity, integrity, and honor. And then your actions follow, because the thoughts that you think are going to become the words that you say. And the words that you say are going to become the actions that you hold. So if your words are inauthentic and they're not coming from a place of heart and sincerity and genuine what you think and feel, your behavior will not match your words. And I think this is a serious problem, because people are so used to acting with text, right? So when you text, it's very easy to be anyone you want to be. On Facebook, on Twitter, whatever. You can create this facade of who you are. You can be whatever you want. You can have any kind of image of that represents you. But when you actually start using your own voice and you actually start communicating, then your insecurities, your security, your state of mind, it all comes out through your voice, and people can really see who you are. And I think this is really the key to real shadow work. What do you think about that, Indy? Does shadow work start with speaking, the way like therapy and psychologists say that you got to really talk about what you're feeling?
Yeah, I think it really does, whether that's actually like talking aloud or just writing stuff down or speaking to yourself. It starts with a communication that's opening a new bridge to the shadow, because it's a thing that really people, your ego in the stages of alchemy of transformation, they say it's the inner dragon or the ego that we refer to today that you have to battle. And so in a lot of ways, when people come into shadow work, if you're not ready for it, a lot of people will pull back and prefer to stay in denial. It's a very difficult situation that you're going to going through the dark night of the soul for a time, once you start to process the shadow, before you start to end up in self-realization and begin to have self-mastery and arise with inner joy and balance within. Having awakened your full capacity and become whole again. Your shadow is an aspect of yourself that's authentic and splintered away, that's been suppressed, that can be then rejoined with your self that you know, and then become a greater self. So it's a beautiful process. And with talking to somebody first, to be able to tell you about it, or reading about it from some words that someone has written, that's only the way that you're going to be able to discover this process in the first place. And then through processing, usually you can have somebody ask you these 3 questions, or you can ask yourself these 3 questions. What upsets you? Why does that upset you? And when did that start? And if you can understand what gears are working and trace it back to its roots, you can really be able to change your whole outlook to life, and your entire world will flip upside down, because the things you used to be the problem, the cause of your problems, which were external, then become something entirely different. And the problems are no longer a problem. They're more of a challenge that leads to opportunities and rewards. So it's a very interesting transformation. And it all starts with communication.
Yeah, exactly. And I love how you expand upon that. It's beautifully said, brother. Five gold star points, you know. I do think that it's so fundamental that we start. People talk about confidence, right? So I used to be told that I'm really confident. People used to say, "Wow, you're so confident." I used to be, "No, dude. I just don't care what anybody thinks." So I confide. The key to what is confidence? Confidence is the ability to confide. When you realize that other people's opinions don't matter, it's so easy to confide, right? You're not confiding in someone because their opinion matters to you. Their opinion matters to them. But what you're confiding about with your own heart is not about getting what is it when you're looking for from the outside validation. You shouldn't be confiding in people because you want them to validate your feelings. Some people are going to attack your feelings. Some people are going to try and validate your feelings. When you don't care about the other people's responses to you expressing your feelings, they cannot validate you and they cannot validate you. So then it's more about the process of me just sharing with you, and that's it. And then hopefully you'll be able to share with me your feelings. And then it becomes like a trading of, like, I'm sharing my feelings with you, you're sharing your feelings with me. And it's no longer about So I think the young people have been taught to validate. So they share their feelings up to a point when they think they will get validation. If I'm in the right crowd with the right group of people, I'll say what I think because I know that it's going to be mirrored back at me, and we're all going to be on the same frequency, and we're all going to be saying, yay, swinging the same. But this creates a sense of dissidence in terms of ethics and authenticity and integrity, from my opinion and my perspective, because people aren't sharing for the sake of sharing. One should share even if one thinks that one won't be well received.
Yeah.
There we go. I came back. I think this is a big problem, validation. And I think this validation drives us around in a circle that puts us stuck in this attachment. Because how many of us, if we're honest with ourselves, are attached to validation in this world? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think we all are to a degree, and it deepens when we're in different situations, when it's more serious of a situation, more consequences or something. There are more opportunities involved. We really have to tighten up. What do you think, Cosmic?
You know, I think one of the things it's also important to realize is that it's not just that their opinions don't matter, but recognize that you're probably not going to change another person's opinion on a subject. I think there's like because I think so many people, they get frustrated with the conversation because they're expecting to win that other person over to their side. So I just pretty much am at a point where I'm just like, it's better to learn than to convince, I guess, because I think, one of the things that when you're talking about like young people, And there's an interesting like interview between this one YouTube commenter who's this teenage girl who used to be woke, but then basically changed her mind. And one of the things she said, she wasn't interested. She was interested in changing the world as opposed to understanding the world. See, I think it's like people are more interested in changing and controlling than actually trying to understand what it is that they think they need to control. And the other dynamic that I think it's kind of this push and pull dynamic is that the more people feel helpless, the more incentivized they feel to control and to dominate. Because I think when it comes to like, you know, woke, and whether it be left wing or right wing, I think one of the common themes is controlling people's thoughts, controlling people's actions, and controlling people's sort of way of being, because they're insecure about their own sort of self, their own outlook on life, and their own standing, or perhaps they feel helpless. So they try to overcompensate by trying to be very controlling, very dominating. No, you're going to think the way I think, and my way is what. Like, that's one thing that's always like puzzled me growing up with my whole life, is how people can have so much certainty. I mean, it's one thing to have like certainty, but some people, they're just like, it's like, I've always been sort of like mired in sort of like uncertainty and doubt. And there's some people they go through life without any semblance of doubt, any semblance of uncertainty. And to me, it just almost seems like mathematically impossible. And I don't mean that in the sense of being like confident in yourself or knowing who you are. I'm talking people who are, it's like they have a certain set opinion and they're not going to change that opinion regardless of what you tell them or what evidence you show them. And, you know, I think that we don't have a sense of like mystery in the world, a sense of curiosity that we don't know what's going on. A lot of these kids, you know, because of technology, is I think it's given us a false sense of wisdom, and that we feel like we have all of this knowledge, and that it's so easy, and we think we subconsciously think we have everything figured out. And maybe the problem with society is that we can't distinguish between knowledge and wisdom anymore. It's like so many people think that if you know a lot of things, that's the same as being wise, but it really isn't. Wisdom is all about what you do with your knowledge, how you apply it, and how you turn it into something different. You know, just, you know, compiling knowledge and information doesn't necessarily translate into wisdom.
Yeah, I think that. Sorry, do continue, please.
I've got a lot of my wisdom from ancient Taoism, just the ability to integrate different worldviews together and know that they don't cancel each other out. Know that they're just an expansion of the world that has many faces to us all. And so we can learn from our perspective, and the perspective given to us from others, that either we want to strengthen our perspective as opposed to theirs, or we want to integrate their perspective into our own. But it takes a lot of strength of your own understandings and principles to be able to expose yourself to other people's beliefs as well. So that's something that takes time to build resilience and strength in your core beliefs.
Yeah, completely. And that's what I'm talking about, like being self-contained, being content within yourself. Of I'm interested in other people's opinions, but they don't matter. I'm only interested in to understand how those opinions are put together. But the moment, and this is what you're talking about, I think, Cosmic, those younger people go into certain chat rooms and they express that opinion, and they notice other people validate that opinion. So my opinion must be right. Then they get that opinion validated by other people, and my opinion must be more right. And by the time they've had that opinion validated and validated and validated, they go, well, that must be the fact. Everybody agrees with me. I must be right. Then suddenly they come across somebody that doesn't agree with them. They can't handle it. How dare you not validate my opinion? Everybody else does. And I think when we realize that other people's opinions don't matter, we realize that our opinions don't matter either. I think that's where I see, you know, when we recognize that opinions are just our ideas that we're concocting, and that when we recognize and realize that our opinions change as we get older, it's like quite a hit trip when you look at it. You go, wow, how have my opinions changed about things as I've grown older? My perception of things have changed. My awareness has changed. The way that I feel about things have changed. Yeah.
Yeah, but there is an exception to that not many people know of, called Pyrrhonian skepticism, where you can actually change somebody else's opinions, but you have to join their opinion first and put yours aside for them to let the walls down. And then you like subversively talk them out of their opinion and talk them into yours from having their opinion from the outset. And then pointing out together the weak points in it by showing first the strong points. So it's kind of a subversive thing. That school of thought has been used by the Senate of Greece and has developed into a system of law. And the lawyers use that technique.
It seems like it could be used in a kind of a sinister connotation, though. Like it's kind of like because in the way. If you think about cults and the way they brainwash people, there's multiple strategies that you can actually do. One strategy is you get people afraid. You say, you got to join my belief system, and because your belief system is false, you're going to hell, so you got to join my belief system. The other way they do is they basically say, oh, everything, they have a cult. Oh, everything you believe is what we believe too. But you're wrong in these certain like areas and stuff. So it's kind of like you kind of like agree with them to kind of like bring down their sense of security, so that you kind of like get them in. Because like one of the things is like the whole idea of like love bombing. And that's kind of like what you were talking about earlier, Bush, with the whole validation thing, is like a lot of these people are kind of like love bombed into this cult ideology where everybody's kind of like agreeing with them, and they're basically kind of trained to sort of like be, you know, afraid and shun outsiders. You know, it's interesting too, because now that I think about the cult thing, it actually perfectly ties into the whole theme of today's show about how there's a lack of communication. Because what do cults do but discourage you from talking to people outside of the cult that don't agree with your ideology? And I'm starting to think now, it's like maybe that's what's happening on a societal level. We're so tribalized, and that we feel like we can't talk to somebody who has a different, you know, opinion than us, or a different political outlook, or a different religious outlook, because we're basically told they're outsiders, they're bad, and everybody's so caught up in these like clique cultures, and you know, they're all in their echo chambers where they you know, see, that's the thing about, if you think about how the world is different, you know, if you had an idea that was dumb or evil or somehow problematic, people would call you out on it and say, you know, that idea is bullshit. And then you sort of question yourself and like, you know, maybe that idea is bullshit. Now it's like there's that validation where it's like you're in an echo chamber and you're surrounded by people who think exactly the way you do, and you're completely cut off from any dissent outside. So you get used to that sort of momentum framework. And when you encounter somebody that doesn't agree with you, it's like, oh my God, I'm being attacked. And I can't help but feel like that might be a part and parcel why there is this sort of lack of communication, and why people are really lack to talk to it, because we're so used to fighting. We're so used to things turning into confrontation, rather than realizing like, oh, maybe we can actually agree on certain things. Maybe there's certain things that we can see eye to eye on, but we'll never figure that out if we're constantly in this sort of tribal echo chamber mode.
Yeah, I had a lot of big problems with that when I was younger, and I like turned to Taoist and like Zen forums to like debate about like ancient Taoist and Zen like principles and stuff. And I was really like on the pedestal about a lot of stuff, and like not really hearing a lot of people's counter arguments at first. But over time, people started to show me like little proverbs and stuff that like really hit home and helped me to realize like how I could learn more from just hearing other people out first, instead of trying to like push my worldview onto people. But even though I have that wisdom, I still don't like always put it into application as well as I should, you know. But it's good to be able to know the keys to your locked doors and stuff in life and have those with you. But you got to learn to use them.
Yeah, I think I agree with what you guys are saying wholeheartedly. And you know, that personal engagement and putting yourself in a state of vulnerability is something that the younger generation isn't doing. You know, you got to be vulnerable to fall in love. You can't fall in love if you're in a safety palace. You got to be prepared to be hurt. You got to be prepared to be seen as imperfect as what you are. Because this little fantasy of who you've created yourself to be is going to fade out when someone's looking at you. They're going to see you for what you are. Whether you think they won't, whether you think you can fool them, whatever, at some point they're going to look at you and go, you know who you are? You're not who I thought you were. And that's what happens to most relationships. Yeah, she goes in pretending to be something she's not. He goes in pretending to be. Like, you've got to just drop all of that. I'm going to be more than what I am. Okay, you know what? This is what I am. This is me. I'm not all that. I'm this, but this is what I am. So this is me. And when people get into that vulnerable place of being able to just go, you know what? I'm not this up there thing. Then you're able to have those real relationships with people that I think the younger generation. This is what I meant when I said, is text-based communication stripping the soul from the world?
Mm-hmm.
Because when you have a text communication, you can double-check every word. Right?
Yeah.
It's not, oh, I made a mistake. I said this. Oh, Freudian slip. I said this. You're talking to your girlfriend and you accidentally say that. She's like, okay, yeah, I'm thinking about sex. You got me. I'm a man. I can't help it. I think about sex often, okay? Do you know what I mean? But in a text-based communication, you can be like, no, I'm above sex. I'm above sex. Like, girlfriend asks you what you're thinking. What are you going to say? Well, I'm thinking of what you look like without your pants on. You know, I'm a man. This is what I'm thinking. I'm sorry. I'm not perfect, but that's what I was thinking. You asked, I told you. People don't do that. In text, it's, well, what are you thinking? Oh, quickly, go and Google something. Oh, a saying from Einstein. I was thinking. Dun, 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 dun. You know, what are we really being? Who are we being? And I think that the youngsters are so becoming who their avatars are in the world of the interweb world, that they forget who they really are on the outside of this internet world. And so when it comes to actually having real communication with people, they don't know how to deal with it. They're like, shucks, what do I do? Like, I can't pretend to be that person who I'm pretending to be all the time with you, because you're going to see right through me. And so they don't know how to equate just being who they are and just going, you know what, this is what I am. It's interesting how it gets easier when you're older, isn't it? Have you guys noticed that?
Yeah, you don't care as much.
But we just don't have time for the bullshit. Like, look, dude, the clock is ticking, bro. I'm like one step away from the grave. like seriously, I looked in the mirror. I was like a kid. Now I look in the mirror like I'm not a kid anymore. And I'm like, if this happened this quickly, how quick's the next thing going to happen? Like, I don't have time to waste thinking about, like, you know, am I cool? Like, how cool am I? You know, all that nonsense. Like, that seemed so important when we were young.
Yeah.
So I think that whole thing is like, children of today are getting to be exactly who they want to be. When we were in school, we didn't get that pleasure. Our teammates would take the piss out of us.
Yeah.
They tease us, like, you know, keep us humble.
But I think you mentioned something earlier about vulnerability. And I think that when it comes to narcissism, is that narcissism is a deliberate attempt to avoid vulnerability. That's kind of how I look at it, because I think about it, in order for a person, I find, to genuinely like cultivate empathy for another human being, is that you have to be vulnerable. It's that because when you see someone and they're in distress, they're in pain, The reason you're able to empathize with them is because you recognize that vulnerability that they have within themselves, and that gives you an avenue to relate to them. Whereas if you don't have that vulnerability, that suffering just seems annoying to you. And so you kind of like, that's why you're able to be callous, because you're essentially numbing yourself to your own vulnerability. And when you mentioned the whole idea of, living as your avatar rather than your actual self, I think that kind of only deepens this process where you become sort of not only are you not in touch with your vulnerability, but you're disassociated from your identity. So you're even more distant from your feelings of vulnerability that would cultivate in genuine empathy and general vulnerability for other human beings. And I think that, yeah, it's like it's kind of like going from the organic to the robotic.
Yeah, and somebody mentioned here that they like writing. I think it's Neil. Neil mentioned he likes writing, right? And like, it's one thing to write poetry, to write a story, or to write something of value, like a book or something. That's one thing, which I think is powerful. But I think what I'm talking about is like what Stacy is saying, that text communication is making the communication impersonal. And this is what my thoughts and feelings are. Remember how many bots there were on Twitter that came out when the Twitter takeover happened, right? It all slipped out into the media. Now, our buddy boy, Mr. Tech Billionaire, was very clever in allowing that information to slip into the media, because he knew that people would be disgusted by Telegram, and he was able to use public opinion to batter Twitter against the wall by showing the world that, like, Twitter's a waste of time. It's mostly bots. But I'm going to change that, to the point where people are waiting to see, okay, well, if Musk takes over Twitter, it will be okay. But if Musk didn't take over Twitter, probably 20% of Twitter people would have just closed their accounts and left Twitter and never gone back to Twitter again once they found out. So he used that like a proper demonic strategy, right, to get the price of Twitter down so he could buy it and become the controller. And now we just assume that all the bots are gone. I don't believe anything until I see it with my own eyes. But I always wondered what percentage of Twitter were bots, what percentage of Facebook was bots, what percentage of all these other social platforms that people are on are bots, what percentage of people that come into our chat rooms on Telegram are bots, right? Have you seen some of the Telegram bots? Have you seen them?
Yeah.
They're actually starting to mimic people. The Rose, you guys know Rose from Telegram, right? Mm-hmm. Rose is commenting on stuff that I share. She's making comments. I'm like, and she's sharing her own like share based on what you're sharing. I'm like, this is a bit weird. Nice. And so you sometimes play with it and you go, oh, nice one, Rose. Like, let's see what they're gonna say. And even the official so-called bots are starting to interact with us more and more. So I wonder how many backstage bots there are, and so how much of these echo chambers are real, right? Because a bot can be operating in 50 conversations at once. So one bot can be operating in 50 conversations, another bot in 50. So there could be like 50 bots that in a chat room control the whole narrative of 50 different chat rooms. It's only 50 bots. Think about it.
Yeah.
And so there could be a whole 50 in that chat room. There could be hundreds of people whose opinions are being fixed. And if one person says something wrong, all those 50 bots are going to attack them. But if that one person says the right thing, they're going to get validated by 50 bots. Mm-hmm. And that boosts people's egos, like big time. How many bots are interacting with YouTube? How many likes? Why do certain YouTube posts go viral and other posts don't? It's simple. Get like 10,000 bots to like your video within the first 2 hours of posting it and see what happens to the video. right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is a real thing that's happening. This is a big reality. And yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, but it almost seems like it's kind of irrelevant because kind of like you were talking before about like the violent media we consume and how when kids, they'll watch a violent movie, they'll act out that aggression in real life because the mind sort of mimics the patterns of the things they're consuming. If we're kind of interacting with bots and we're basically operating through text, we're essentially to be conditioned to act like bots. Think about that for a second. That's almost more sinister than the idea of bots themselves, because you think about it, you're constantly talking with bots, you're talking with robots. Eventually, you're going to act like a robot because you're basically mimicking and parroting the patterns of the robot, which is already a parrot of a human behavior. So it's just this kind of like parroting back and forth. It's kind of like you take an echo and you record it over and over again until it no longer sounds like the thing anymore. It's kind of like Baudrillard's like hyper reality idea, where it's like things just get kind of more diluted as like with layers and layers of kind of like fakeness and kind of hyper reality. So he kind of like, there's this one like person who kind of has an interesting concept. So think about like a strawberry. It's like you taste a wild strawberry, then you bring it out into the the market's like, oh, we can grow like big, juicier strawberries. And then you grow the big, juicier strawberries. And then it's like, oh, we don't even need to put strawberries in there. We can make a pie out of it. And then from the pie, you get like a Slurpee thing. And then it's no longer really like the thing anymore. And I think that's kind of what's happening with like human behavior and bots. And I think that's why younger kids, they're so empty and nihilistic, because they live most of their time in this empty virtual world. And then they think that empty virtual world is an accurate reflection of the external world that surrounds it. So they go into that world and it kind of drains them. And they assume that the world of nature, and I think that's why there's like so much of like this like biology denial and stuff, because it's like they identify more with the avatars and the digital zeros and ones of the virtual world than the actual physical body themselves. So because they identify, I think that's why people can like kind of like change their gender and say they're like a they them or whatever, because they identify more with the sort of intellectual, they ontologically identify as being this intellectual abstract concept as opposed to being a biological process or a biological being that's sort of connected to this world. So I think that what we really should be kind of wary of is this attempt to mechanize people, because I think that's kind of like the really aspect of control, is to make people as sort of robotic and fixed as possible, which is pretty much what every cult essentially aims to do. And so with these bots, it's kind of like the more sinister aspect is not just the fact that they're mimicking real people, but then it's getting to the point that because we're conditioning ourselves to act more like bots, then we no longer have the ability to distinguish between a real person and a bot, because on the one hand, you have bots that are trying to be more accurately act like people, and we're taking people and trying to make them act more like bots. So it kind of middles out in a very sinister kind of way like that. So I think when we're talking about like bots and stuff, it's more the real concern is that it's turning us into bots.
And that is happening because of text.
Exactly.
And there's another thing, right? There's another thing. I wonder, now this is like heavy, so people put your tinfoil hats on. You're going to need tinfoil hats. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, so no ideas that I'm sharing here is necessarily reflective of the round table. This is just me speaking like as openly as I can. But I've often had this feeling. Let's say you and your girlfriend are having a disagreement. Let's say you're having a disagreement on Telegram. Right? And it's via text. Your girlfriend, your boyfriend, whatever. How hard would it be for a system to play with your words? To change just 1 or 2 words of what you sent as a message to him or her. They see that message, the conversation keeps moving back on, but then the message corrects itself like 10, 20 seconds later. How hard would it be for corporations, Facebook, to have a vested interest in creating breakups? Why would they have a vested interest in creating breakups? Well, I suppose it depends on where they're investing their billions, right? If Facebook is investing their billions into like amping up an advertising system, well, are single people better to advertise at than people in relationships? So let's say I've got an advertising campaign that I'm running. If I can make sure that there's a bigger percentage of people breaking up because of my platform, they will become better to advertise at because they're depressed, they're sad, they're unhappy, and they're looking for something to lift them up. I give them an advert that's targeted towards their depression because they've just broken up. I know what to trigger them with because I've been watching their Facebook feed for the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years. I've got a very big dossier on this person. So what interest would Facebook have in making sure that their AI systems lie and cheat a little, right? Something I've often considered. Big love, Cosmic. I've often wondered whether the systems are lying. And I'll tell you why. I've sometimes had communication with people and they've said something in a text. I'd be like, really? They said, I go back and check and it's not what I thought it was. It was, oh, it's not exactly what I thought they were saying. Have you experienced this ever before?
Yeah, absolutely.
And have you often just assumed that it's your brain making the mistake? Or did you consider maybe, just maybe, the text changed? And I'm not sure about this, but it got me thinking, like, how much money would there be in Facebook Messenger ensuring, I don't know, how many people on Facebook? 2 billion. So let's say they could ensure that there were 50 million breakups this month. Would that make 50 million times 2 really high target value people to advertise at? And if a company comes to me and they want to advertise something that's going to be for men or for women, for example, plastic surgery. Let's say a man and a woman are having an argument. Slide in a little comment there about the way she looks. Slide in a little comment there. Twist what he says about her body a little bit. It fixes itself up after 5 minutes, but the harm is done because she's not going to go back and check. Right? She can attack him, the way you look, or maybe with a man, it would be different, about his job. The recruitment agency is going to be looking for him he's going to be looking for a new job, or makes a comment about the size of his penis or something like that, something that he's going to take personally. Suddenly, there's a good example, for example. So suddenly there would be, perfect advertising at him and at her. Like, okay, he commented on her hips, well, liposuction. Now she's unhappy. Now Facebook has determined that both of these people have the money. She can afford liposuction if she wants it. He can afford to go and have an enlargement operation if he wants it. Imagine these companies that offer liposuction and these kinds of operations. Would they be willing to say to Facebook, hey, can you ensure that the advertising really works? And Facebook goes, how much are you going to pay us? I'm pretty sure we can cause enough breakups. We just check out people's bank balances, look at their things. Oh, she's a lawyer. Oh, he's a judge. Okay, he's a doctor. They earn enough. Let's do it. Let's break up the relationship. How easy would it be to just twist a few words here and a few words there in conversation? Right? That can make, he's mentioning a coworker. They change a few words about the coworker. She suddenly starts thinking, is he having an affair with a coworker? Change a few words of what she says. It seems more like an accusation. Before you know it, there's like this whole trust barrier between them being created. Just a few words changed here and there Could AI systems be that intelligent? I'm just putting it out there. Do you trust the systems that are acting as your go-between for the text that you send to another phone? Can extraterrestrials, okay.
Don't give any ideas now.
Tinfoil hats. Tinfoil hats. Could extraterrestrials have a vested interest? They can mess with our hardware. They can mess with our software. Could companies that are selling things have a doorway in? That they've got AI systems that Facebook or whoever else allows in because it's a deal that was brokered for billions of dollars. I mean, where does Facebook make its money from anyway? Right? You're not paying for the service. How much is Facebook worth? Billions. Where did they get that money? What? Advertising shoes? I don't think so. So, I don't know. I'm putting it out there. I'm just somebody that's distrustful of platforms that offer services because, especially when it comes to these kind of services, there are so many ways that they can be abused in very subtle ways to make money. So, yeah, that was a proper tinfoil hat adventure. I don't necessarily think that's true.
It'd be a good story.
It would be a blooming good story. But the fact that like...
Could be real.
Like, is there money to be made like that?
Yeah, I'm sure
that's what we got to ask ourselves. And if there's money to be made like that, then would somebody do it? If it hasn't been done, will it get done?
All right.
Can we trust the scruples of companies like Facebook? Are they out to make money? Is that their primary objective? Well, what are they there? Are they to provide a service for us? Are they there to make money? Yeah, big gas, you know, what they're harvesting all the data for. It's quite scary. And, you know, Mooney said earlier, whatever you believe your reality to be is what it will become. I think there's a lot in this, you know. So being able to influence the way we think and feel and is going to shape the physical substance of matter. Think about that for a moment. How subjective is reality? How responsive is reality to our thoughts? What is magic? And then Neil also made a really cool comment. Canada want to offer suicide pods to kids without consulting their parents. Is this a real thing, by the way?
I don't doubt it. There's offering sterility shots here to kids. They're trying to induce transhumanism. What is going on?
Could that be true? Canada offering.
Somehow they got in their heads where they can ask the kids these life-changing events, questions, with no parental consent. I just don't see how they're getting away with it.
Want assisted suicide. So the MPs, this is what I'm seeing here. Christians are up in arms about this.
I can see why.
Maria Alicia Montrez, the clinical associative professor of pediatrics, the report states, I would argue that MAID for mature minors carries the highest amount of risk as the consequence is death. So, you know, there are people standing up for it. I don't know how big a thing it is, but like it seems like it's, you know, I wouldn't be surprised. It's a scary thought, man. I know that they're changing the school bills rules in South Africa, that the schools have got more say over the children than the adults, the parents now. They're trying to make it that if the school says your child gets a vax, they get a vax. Parents don't have so much of a say. If the school says the child needs medical attention, they get medical attention. Whether it's, you know, who knows? So sex change, this change, whatever other change, who knows where this is going to go. I would not be surprised. It's a scary old world if you think about it. When they start to target our kids, which they have been doing. And yeah, big gas, what they're doing with this information that they're mining seems to me to be like horrendous. Truly, truly horrendous, truly shocking, and truly mind-blowing. They're building dossiers for all of us. And so let's look at this for a moment, right? Because we're not communicating with each other properly and we're communicating in text, they're able to create this powerful dossier for us because we're having very important conversations with people over text, which AI systems can monitor and can say who we are, what we're about, right? And then in China, they've started this system, haven't they? Well, what do they call the system that they've started in China?
I don't know, with the numbers over their head?
The credits, yeah. Social credits. Social credit score system.
Mm-hmm.
And if your social credit score is too low, you can't get bank accounts, you can't leave your city, you can't get a passport, you might not be able to get a driver's license. Like, the law is changing. You won't be able to have children. And so Western countries have been discussing this social credit score, but they can't do that if people stand together. They need to divide and conquer us. So they need us having conversations via text so that we are impersonal and that we don't feel connected to other people. And so that we will disclose our true thoughts and beliefs. And maybe if our true ideas and thoughts and beliefs are too far away from the conventional expected norm, we'll start off with a low credit score. It'll be harder to raise that social credit score. And maybe if we are towing the company line, as it were, we'd get a beneficial credit score so that we can stay on a high note. So to me, this is something that I think is quite a big deal. And another thing as well, when it comes to attachment, are we ready to go into attachment? Hey, Indy? Brother, are we ready to fly into the attachment story? I think the attachment is such a big story because we're talking about the nucleus family, ancestral roots, and community. And we're talking about attachment. So you get positive and negative attachments. So when I speak about attachments, people immediately think, oh, he's talking about negative stuff. Right? Must be. Speaking about all those like negative attachments that people get. Oh, I'm attached to my money. Oh, I'm attached to this. What about the positive attachments? Are we becoming detached from our communities? I would say text communication helps that. The interweb, the false personas that we create for ourselves on the web helps that. I would say that the attachment to porn and self-validated notions of our self-image, we're becoming addicted to those kind of negative attachments. I would also say that we're becoming detached to doing what's right. And we're becoming more able to do what we have to do to survive because the financial climate's being affected in such a way to make life more challenging and difficult for all of us. And so when people are desperate, they're more likely to do desperate things, right? So I think like the whole, yeah, brother, tell me what you're thinking.
And when they get detached, they're more likely to get into vulnerable places like that. It's technically tough. But I feel like attachment, positive attachment, there's different words for that. I would think like you have things that are like interdependence and things like things of the sort. Like I was thinking of something else as well, but I'm drawing a blank on it now. What other types of positive attachments would you say there are?
Responsibility.
Yeah.
I'm responsible for my child, his well-being, that he's healthy, that he's alive. Responsible to my mother, you know, that I'm here for her, that she's healthy, she's alive, you know, to my friends, to my dogs, the animals, my bunnies, the birds. I had to buy a new bird cage because their bird cage was rusting to crap because we live by the sea. Big bird cage is not cheap. So, you know, responsibility. I'm responsible for what I say and do. I can't go on the interweb and pretend to be something I'm not and talk nonsense because that's irresponsible. But a lot of people do that. They create a different persona, right? I am the Bush Whisperer, but the Bush Whisperer is a real person. It's a real photo. And the Bush Whisperer uses real voice notes so that you can know who I am. And if I say something, you can come back and say, you said that. And I'm happy to be responsible for what I say and do. A lot of people will go out and use a fake picture, write in text, oh, crap, I said something I shouldn't have. Change the picture, change the account name, change who they are. Come out and start with a new. Do you know what I'm talking about here? Yeah. This lack of responsibility, a detachment. I've noticed this in people doing this. Redefining who they think they are, their names, their account handle. I've been the Bush Whisperer since you know me, and I'm going to be the Bush Whisperer all the time, right? So, you know, so responsibility, I think, is a big one. And marriage is a big attachment. And
I like responsibility, but like I'm thinking we have marriage and then like attachments to family, attachments to friends. But what kind of attachment is that going to be? Like sometimes we have, of course, like, you know, like codependency or a dependent or reliant attachment. But then the other more positive ones would be like more of a interdependent attachment where you're independent yourself, but you have connections with each other where you rely upon each other as well. Even though you can stand on your own feet. I guess I was just trying to come up with more words for that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a tricky one.
Yeah.
I think the easiest way is to just differentiate between like positive and constructive attachments and destructive attachments.
Yeah.
Being attached to alcohol, it's not really going to be constructive.
Right.
Being attached to exercise, I can't start my day without a run. Okay, I'm not a runner. I like to go in the sea. I like to climb a mountain. That's an attachment. That's a healthy attachment. Yeah. Start the day in nature, doing a bit of exercise, get my body healthy, get my mind healthy. You know, it's an attachment. It's a good one. Being attached to eating healthy food.
Yeah, that's a good one. Of course, you can get ororexia, where it's like the gold eating disorder. You just want to eat too much only good foods. And one of my friends tried to not eat salt, and he paid dearly. He had a seizure from that. So, gotta get your salt. Gotta get even at least a little bit of salt. But yeah.
I go wild on salt.
All right.
I'm big. I only really eat Himalayan black salt.
Oh, I gotta try some of that. It sounds so good. But
it's like it smells like a health spa.
Oh, I love that. That sounds amazing. I love that kind of thing.
Lots of sulfur.
Sounds kind of dreamy. Yeah, that's so good for you. This used to be called Sulphur Springs over here. So there's a sulfur spring mine over down that way, and that used to be the name of the town here. It's pretty cool. But as far as the attachment thing goes, like I guess what I'm trying to get at is like when we have situations where there might be like a dependent person and an enabler, how maybe like we could guide people to like find ways to get away from the toxic aspect of it and grow towards more of an interdependent relationship with one another by exploring things like boundaries. Things like that can be really helpful to couples. But there's a lot of good books on it and stuff and literature. But boundaries are like a really good way for people to step away and transcend and move beyond like a toxic relationship. And it requires the willingness to be willing to end the relationship, terminate the relationship if things aren't understood and respected as a boundary. But when things can be respected as a boundary, then things can move forward. So it can be a thing that's really difficult for people that live by fear to be able to work through. But if you have a lot of hope in your life and you want something to really work, it can be a really good way to make things happen better. It's worked for me.
I definitely think like there's a lot in that, like when it comes to the shadow, because a lot of the repressions, like you say, is based upon attachments, is it not?
Yeah, very much so.
But they're not constructive ones.
Yeah, codependencies and stuff.
And like it is a big deal. Like,
yes.
But I think codependency is being given a really bad name. And so I'm going to say something very controversial here.
Onto it.
I think a certain amount of codependency is healthy, but only a certain amount. To recognize that we are codependent. I'm dependent upon the farmer that grows my food. I'm dependent upon the person who grows the cotton. I'm dependent upon who makes my clothing. They're dependent upon what I do in order to generate money, to flow money towards them so they can buy the things that they don't have, cars, fuel, in order to do what they do. So I think codependency is a natural thing which can never be avoided. We are all codependent. And I don't believe that there is such a thing as not codependency, but I think that the same as like anything, if one's codependency gets past a certain threshold, it becomes toxic. So in a relationship, there's going to be codependency to some certain degree, because to pretend that you're in love with that person and that you don't feel good being around that person and that person doesn't lift you up, that if you're feeling down, that you can talk to that person and that person's going to listen to you and they're just going to be a good heart listening to you and they're not going to judge you or push you down, and to feel safe with that person, that is a self-esteem crutch that is useful at certain times when we feel challenged. And if we can reciprocate that back towards our lover, I think that's a natural part of any relationship. That's healthy. But the moment it goes past a certain threshold, it becomes toxic, like salt we were talking about. A certain amount of salt is really healthy. But when you go over a certain point of salt, it's going to hit your blood pressure all over the shop and it's going to cause other problems. So salt isn't the enemy. I don't think codependency is the enemy. I think that like obsessive codependency.
Yeah. That's a very good point. Yeah, people would like to make things black and white, but I feel like through demonizing codependency as just a thing in general, they're kind of people are missing out on understanding that like true love is unconditional. And so you're not loving somebody just because they meet your demands. You're loving somebody because you accept them for how they are. You don't need them to change. Trying to force somebody to change is not really the way to do it. So by not needing somebody to change, you can provide better guidance to help them change if they want to.
Amen, brother. I think that's so on point, And I think that is a big thing, And it's often a problem in relationships. I think as we get older, it gets easier to accept people the way they are. When we're younger, we think we've got all the answers. As we get older, we realize how little we actually know. And so it becomes easier to accept other people and just go, well, that's your thing. Cool. That's how you roll. Cool. You know, to realize that there's not just one way to do this. There's a lot of ways to do this. And that every way can hold its own sort of personal success. And what we value as success and what we validate as being positive isn't necessarily what another person validates and values as success and positivity.
Right.
And I think as well, while we're looking at this thing of attachment, right? We're all very aware of the negative attachments, attachment to money, attachment to personal pride, right? But what about having no attachment to money at all? What about having no attachment to personal pride at all? Well, what do I mean by that? Well, why bother washing? You know, why bother putting anything back into society? If you see what I mean. Why bother trying to make sure that you're generating some kind of certain degree of financial prosperity so that you can share it with people that you love? Do you see where I'm coming from? So, like, I think, like you say, everything's black and white. And I think nothing's black and white. And I think when we start to appreciate that nothing's black and white, it becomes much harder to want to make other people change.
That's true. It's easy.
Because like a black and white answer, it's simple. It's you're right or you're wrong. But are you right or wrong? You're right or wrong when you're excessive. If you're so obsessed about money that you can't think about like other values and more important things, then there's a problem. If you're so obsessed about, you know, values to the point where you're living off of your friends and you're not making an effort to put something in, if you see what I mean. It doesn't have to be money, like effort, but it does generally equate to money. Like you get this hippie idea where people will just go through life and let everybody else just like give them stuff, which I don't know whether that's necessarily healthy. Namaste, dear brother PK. Oh, is this Neil? Neil Warren. Oh, this is PK. This is PK. Namaste, dear brother PK. I hope you're well. I hope you're having a great day. It's an honor to have you on the show. PK is a lovely brother. He's done some really interesting tidbits that I've seen. I haven't seen so much of his content, but he's shared some really lovely information, some lovely ideas, especially with regards to language and the way in which our consciousness and language sort of fits together. It's total honor to have you on the show. How are you doing? And do say
hey,
words,
what's
brother.
up? What's up? How's everyone doing? Great combo right here, man. It makes me think of the idea of like a healthy nihilism, and it also too reminds me going back into the ancient Oracle Delphi. One of the sayings is like, nothing in excess, right? So it's all about balance, all about moderation. Attachment is good until it's not, and so yeah, one of the things right away it reminds me of, or makes me want to think of, is that nihilism. That's kind of what you were getting at, like, why wash, why do this, why do that? And it's like, to a point, it's good because then you kind of just flow with life, you go with life when you can brush things off, and have this like worldview that's like liberating. And then if you take it too far, it's like it becomes the bad kind of nihilism, like, oh, there's no point, it all means nothing. It's like, hey, you might want to ease it back a little bit. But anyway, glad to be here. Trying to change my avatar. I don't like the no camera thing, but it's not working, so I might leave and come back.
Sweet, brother. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. God knows. Maybe you didn't log in with an account. If you log in with an account, it will be that account's avatar, I think.
Yeah, I think that's how it works.
I think what you make is a point. You know, looking at it, nihilism is really what we're talking about, essentially. And we've been sort of conditioned into the way that we appreciate something being negative or positive. And like you say, I don't think something is negative or positive in and of itself. It's like tarot cards. Classic example, right? This tarot card is often considered to be positive or negative, right? What does this mean? Well, generally, like it's just a random one. This has got to do with unconscious emotions that are being sort of processed, that are sort of coming to the surface. That process of coming to terms with unconscious desires and impulses that are sort of moving us. And so that's not necessarily a bad thing. And a shamanic trance involves this completely for the higher good. But this can lead to becoming insensitive because one's so over sensitive that one becomes indulgent towards one's own internal process and forgets that the other people are having an internal process too. So, and the same with the tarot, you know, one card doesn't have meaning on its own. I have an issue with this inverted cards. Okay. Personal pet hate. This nonsense of inverted cards from my perspective.
Yeah, I never got into the inverted card thing either. I always thought it was just more, it just added more confusing to tarot readings.
It's like people are trying to define one thing, but one thing isn't one thing. One thing is connected to another thing, and it's like a chain, and that chain defines this thing. And what is like connecting to that thing on other levels, for example, is going to give this thing meaning. So when you start defining the negativity or the positivity of one thing, I think it's dangerous because it's all about the relation. Hey, you got an image game there. Nice.
I did it.
Wow. You didn't even have to go.
Yeah, I had to like turn my camera on and off.
So yeah, in the same way, I relate that to what you're talking about here. In people are looking for absolutes. They're looking for an absolute answer. And I don't think there is an absolute answer. I don't think there'll ever be an absolute. I think while we're in the flesh, we are a combination of influences. And those influences will never be absolute. Because absolution comes when you're not in the flesh. I don't know, there's an interesting concept when we're looking at attachment, being in the flesh. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, I guess you can also be attached the other way too, where you're so attached, there's an, you know, because aversion and attachment are kind of in a sense intrinsically a similar sort of phenomenon. You can also be averse to the flesh. And I had another point.
That makes me think of death, right? You're averse to death, therefore you're attached to life, and that's pretty universal. Like nothing wants to die, you know, it gets out of the way.
See, I think the way I frame it with my whole like fairy magic thing and the things that they've kind of taught me is it's all about going back to mystery. Because if you think about the concept of mystery, it's a concept that doesn't really imply order or chaos. It doesn't really imply something being meaningful or meaningless. It has the potential to sort of be both within it. I think kind of what's kind of humbled me, you know, is it's like they kind of show you like how, you know, you're talking about that absolution. They just show you how like impossible some of these claims are, because it's like you think you have the whole universe figured out. It's like do you have any idea how big the universe is? Do you have any idea how vast this multi-dimensional, not just on the physical level, but on the spiritual level, all these multi-dimensional planes and all these worlds that exist out of time and have their own form of time outside of time, and you think you have the whole thing figured out? It's like, no, it's like we're never going to have everything completely figured out. And honestly, that's a good thing. It's like, what kind of a sad world do you be when you think you have everything figured out? You have nothing new to look forward to and nothing new to explore.
Yeah. I definitely think that I agree with you. You know, fundamentally, aversion, attachment, it's the same thing. It's the same quality. And like PK says, you know, most people have this aversion towards being not alive and this compulsion towards being alive. And I now can relate to this compulsion about being alive and this aversion about not being alive. Because I was quite, if I'm honest, not that fussed about being alive or not being alive. Like my life. I wouldn't have been able to do the things that I did in my life if I was. Right? Like, imagine walking through a buffalo stampede. I didn't turn around and run. I walked right through the damn thing. You know what I mean? Like I was quite ready to meet my end right there and then. And I was like, well, yeah, I can roll with this. Yeah, let's do it. Whatever. You know, I'm not going to try and desperately cling to life. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. I'm content with whatever comes. Now that I'm a father, ooh la la, I'm so careful when I cross the road. Yeah? Like super careful. I look left, right. I was like, gosh, I never did this when I was a kid. I never did this at all in my life. I just used to cross the road using my other senses to tell me if there was a car or not, and I was good to go. Now I'm like super paranoid. You know, this attachment of being a parent, which I consider to be a healthy attachment. I know. What do you guys think about that? You know, the attachment that comes through nature. Like it's I can't even explain it. It's an inner compulsion towards thinking about that human being. And so when I was young, okay, I'm always talking about being authentic. Yeah, I'll be authentic. I would cross like busy roads and freeways. Sometimes I would just cross a busy road with traffic and close my eyes and walk across the road. Just to see if I would make it to the other side. I was curious. How does faith work? Let's see. Close your eyes, walk across the road. Let's see what happens. And I scared a lot of my friends when I was young, when I was a teenager, because they didn't get it. Like, what the hell? They said I had a death wish. It was common knowledge between all of my friends that I would be the first one to not be alive. Out of everybody that's like, you know, newbie. They were like, I had so many people told me that I'm probably never going to reach 30. So I would put myself in situations that other people wouldn't put themselves in, you know? And so now that I can relate, it's a new thing for me. For me, this is a new thing. Now I'm like, hold on. I have this aversion to leaving the world. What will happen to my little boy if I'm not here? I know. What do you guys think about that?
Makes me think of I was listening to some show that some podcast I can't remember, but they were talking about Stonewall Jackson. Have you ever heard of Stonewall Jackson? I know you Americans have, but have you, Bush?
Please,
so anyway, okay.
Just tell me who he is quickly.
Yeah. He's a Confederate, was a Confederate general in the American Civil War. And his nickname was Stonewall Jackson. And they say his nickname was Stonewall because I don't know if you guys ever see movies where they do this and sergeants and whatever, but like he would just he had this like idea of fate. And so basically he was a stone wall in the battle, in the midst of the chaos. Like everyone else would be ducking because people were literally firing at you. And he'd be like, well, you know, if I'm fated to be hit by the bullet, then I will. And so like he didn't duck, or he didn't like, he was a stone wall. He would just walk around upright. And so your story there of crossing the street with your eyes closed makes me think of this Stonewall Jackson like trope or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty wild. I was pretty messed up as a teenager, I'll be honest. I had a lot of mommy issues. I had a lot to deal with, a lot of my shadow. I had a lot of anger. I hospitalized more people than I could count by the time I was 16 in street fights. So I put myself in situations that I probably shouldn't have. And, you know, so not all in street fights, you know, in the ring as well, because I was a championship fighter, but yeah, I was just loose, and then I had this sort of awakening. I was like, wow, and then I could appreciate this fate thing. Like, okay, it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what happens. It doesn't matter whether I'm live. Doesn't matter whether I'm not. It doesn't matter whatever happens. In fact, you know what? I was 15 years old, and I sat down with my mom. I said, Mom, guess what? I don't have to go to university. She was like, what do you mean? I said, it's not for me. I've decided that I don't need that life. She was like, what? I was like, the occult is going to be my life. She was like, no, that's not possible. I said, yeah, that's my future. My life is going to be the occult. And of course, I got stonewalled by my parents. And I was like, no, but you need this for your future, financially, for reality and everything. And okay, in my life, I've experienced everything. I've experienced abundance. I've experienced nothing. I've lived barefoot without anything, climbing the mountains, living in the bush caves and stuff, being the bush whisperer, you know. And then I've lived like I live here, like by the beach, in a really nice place, you know, in a nice home. So, like I've experienced a little bit of everything in my life, and but it's interesting for me to be able to equate that those fears that I saw in other people as weakness, I now see as a strength. Does that make sense to you guys?
No, that makes perfect sense. Because it's like you actually care about something in the world that you're invested to, you know, do something about it. And that that attachment comes from love, you know. It's because you want to stay here because you love your son and, you know, you love the people around you. And I think that, you know, because some people, they have that fearlessness that you're talking about, but that fearlessness comes from a place of despair. Because I remember I talked to this other guy online, and he told me how he was able to he had completely no fear. It's like he's able to do all these crazy stuff, do these like, you know, crazy drug combinations and stuff, and just like, you know, just like fear. And you kind of look at that and you think like, man, that would be cool if I was fearlessness. But it's like the curved monkey paw aspect of that is, well, you're not happy and you don't really care about anything. And so it's like, I can be fearless, but then I'm not going to be happy about anything. And it's like, but if I'm happy about something, but then I care about something, but then I'm going to be afraid of losing it. So it's kind of this, it really is a catch-22 kind of situation.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a happiness that you experience without caring about what happens. In fact, I went too far. I decided that I was done with all this nonsense and I was going to get enlightened right now. And I decided I wasn't going to move from the spot until it was done. And I went through all 9 octaves. And I got to the final frontier. And there was this circle of elders above me. And they were communicating with me. And they were saying, no, you can't go any further. And each octave that you move through, each of the 9 phases, the 9 you go through different vibrational frequency. Each time you go to a higher state. So basically, I was practicing something I shouldn't have been practicing. Samadhi yoga is not for practice. Samadhi yoga is to prepare your body so that you can leave, right? Your consciousness so that you can leave. And I saw a loophole in the system. I was like, wow. So if I use this practice, I can go into a total state where I'm so in oneness with everything that nothing is and nothing matters. And I went into that place and touched all thought, like on that plane of thought, and it shifted my vibrational field like through 9 gears. And each gear was like the most high I'd ever been, you know, like whatever I thought I'd experienced with substances in my life, there was nothing compared to what I experienced sitting in this state. And I got to that 9th point, and that was like, wow, this was like what I had as a little boy in the swimming pool, right? Like full euphoria, like you can never imagine. And I was so happy. I was in such a euphoric state that my body didn't matter. And these elders we were having this dialogue, and they were like, if you go any further, you can't come back. You're not ready. I was like, yeah, are you going to stop me? Try. And I started to go deeper into that point so that I could absorb this into myself. Yeah. And they went to fetch my mom. Now, this was in India. So I'd started this at about 3:30 in the morning, and I'd been sitting in like Padmasana probably about 5 hours, right? Maybe 5.5 hours. So it was about 8:30 in the morning. And because it obviously to get into a trance like that takes time. And they went to fetch my mom. And that meant it was minus 6 hours. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning. Or no, minus 7 hours. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning in South Africa. 3 in the morning. And I remember my mom explaining to me what had happened from her perspective. And so they went to fetch my mom. And next thing, there they are with my mom. And they're like showing me like, look. And there's this like recognition, oh, she's going to need me at some point. Shit. Here I am sitting in India. I'm so detached. I'm ready to lose my life. How is this going to affect my mom? Like, I haven't seen her in years. I've been living in off-grid, in ashrams, in the wilderness, in jungles. And here I am ready to just go. Like, what about her? And that sort of gave me a realism check. I was like, oh, wow. So I brought myself down those stages back into my physical body. And it was like a shock to me. And the next day, my mom was freaking out, shame. She thought I died because she's also sensitive. So she had a dream that I was with this light bulb that was getting so bright that it was going to explode. And she envisioned this dream to mean that I was basically, she thought I'd been in an accident. She thought I was died. And she was frantically trying to email me and get hold of me. Like, she was panicking. And shame, she'd literally woken up at 3 o'clock and 2 or 3 in the morning and sent me messages. And I saw it later that day, and I had to send her messages and say, no, I'm fine. I was just in meditation. Don't worry about it, Mom. It's all good, you know. I was just going deep. That's all. But that was sort of the first point where I recognized that there was almost a sociopathic element to being detached. I don't know if I'm making sense here. Like, I'm wondering whether detachment and sociopathy are connected.
I think they are. I really do. I think that actually sociopathy and narcissism in general is a kind of solipsism, in the sense that it's almost like you view the world as if it's like some kind of video game. all the people around you are these kind of these hollow polygon NPCs. They don't really have any, meaning. I think that's kind of like why, like, I always found like meaning is so important, and like, and exactly like what you said about like sometimes that's why sometimes I question a lot of some of this Eastern mysticism stuff, because in the wrong context it can go in that, and exactly what you're talking about, where you get so detached from reality that you stop caring about the people around you. And I think it's tempting to do, because sometimes we don't want to necessarily deal with the pain and the grief and the sadness of the world, and we just kind of want to go out there and out into the outer worlds and just experience that bliss. But there's a part of us that, needs to stay here. And how about, because that's what I kind of think about. I'm not really sure exactly why I incarnated into this world or for what purpose, but I feel like overall my if I go here and my goal is that I can create less suffering in this world, or make people suffer less, that I know, I did something right. Because yeah, that's the thing you think about. It's like, okay, I escaped this world, because I can never really like even feel content, because even if I managed to escape this world and dived into total bliss, I know there's still people down here suffering. I know there's still people here. So if I did go the Eastern path, I'd probably go down the Bodhisattva route. But yeah, I don't know. I think like for me, the Fae kind of gave me a different perspective, and seeing, the sacredness of nature and the spirit within nature. Because I think sometimes things that spirituality, it can get Gnostic in a bad way when you get into that world hating sense where, it's all about just getting in pure awareness, shed the physical body, shed the physical form. Let's just become just like an all-seeing eye and have no real sense of being. And the way the Fae talk about the self is, it's all like I've mentioned, I don't know, PK's here. I've talked to you about it before, Franklin. The whole idea that consciousness has sort of two sides. You have the awareness of your external perception, and you have the consciousness of your being, which is essentially your internal body, your connection to the physical world. And I think understanding both of these aspects of yourself, I think that to me is more where, if there is such a thing as enlightenment, that real enlightenment would essentially take place. I don't know. I don't really believe in the concept of enlightenment, because I think it's, I guess it depends on how you define enlightenment. If you define enlightenment as sort of having a perception of reality where you're kind of in a blissed out mode, I could see that, somewhat, possible. But the idea of enlightenment, that you become literally one with all things, I can't, that notion to me seems impossible, because it's like there's always, because there's so many things. It's so vast. And one of the things that one of my main guides, Slazithia, kind of always kind of mentions out is that there's always an outside. What you think is infinity is just another balloon. If you pop that balloon, you realize you're in a larger balloon. And then when you pop that balloon, you're in an even bigger bubble, and it just keeps going up and up and up. And whenever you think, I got it all figured out, and it's like, well, what about the bubble outside of that bubble? And that kind of like framework, kind of keeps you sort of humble, instead of like, because like, that's the thing with like, as you describe it as, this is the top level, this is the 10th level. For me, the way I look at it is, it just keeps going up. There is no top floor. There is no bottom floor. It just goes all the way in all directions. And that, in a weird way, kind of like keeps you humbled, because then it's like the idea of me controlling all of this and controlling all of this vast, infinite existence just seems utterly, not only impossible, but silly. It's like, because I think at the end of the day, love is what really matters, and the connections you have with, your friends, your family. To me, it's like, I don't really, as long as I'm around people that I care about and I'm having a good time with it, that's as close to enlightenment as I really need to be. if I really think about it. Just being in harmony with the people around me, having a good time, having a good conversation. And it's like, what more bliss do you need beyond than that? Like, that's already perfect enough.
Yeah, man. I think, like, you know, interesting you mentioned the Eastern mysticism. I think this is an issue. It's once again communication. Okay, so this brings us back to the communication and text. There's a reason why the Kabbalah was never supposed to be written down according to the ancient elders. Or the Vedic wasn't supposed to be written down either. In the ancient times, they never wrote it down. It was later times they wrote it down when they noticed the Yugas were getting ahead of them, and they were like, oh, let's write it down so that our children's children can get a little bit of taste of what we are understanding now. I think something is fundamentally lost in translation, literally, when things are written down. And even though they might hold relative truth, the relative truth is pinned to a particular GPS, global positioning situation, right? Which is relative to the time that is happening. And so what might seem true at one point might not be true at another point in time, because the universe is like a living organism. It's adapting. It's adapting to us. We're adapting to it. It's like, begs the question, are we even separate to the universe? Is the universe just us? And are we as vast as the universe? And is the universe as tiny as us? And so I sort of often consider this, all these sacred texts and how they're interpreted and how they're written and sort of put into context. To me, it seems like so much is lost. And this is why we don't have so many success stories for practitioners in modern times of all these ancient arcane practices, be it India, Taoism, Kabbalah, shamanic practices. There are some success stories, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't seem to be as much. For example, one of the problems that Buddha had in his day, and there's a story where he came and caught his chili, his students, yeah? They were having a test of telekinesis. And they were trying to like see who had the best telekinetic ability. And he was furious with his students when he caught them. Furious. And it was like this is total degeneration of spiritual attributes. Total degeneration. You guys are looking for validation from the crowds that are watching and clapping their hands because of the superpowers that you've developed because of your practice, but you're missing the point, like severely. And the more you do this, the further you get away from any potential truth. And so what do I get from that was that people were actually getting success. They were making breakthroughs that these days are less common. And so it makes you think about the Yuga story. Yeah, the Yugas as they unfold, humans get further away from the spiritual center and struggle to bring that through. So what do you guys think about that? The relativity of truth, and the truth is pinned to a particular time and space, and that in a different time and space, that truth might no longer be true. That's a concept.
I like that. I feel like also, like, if you know the truths of the other times, you can come to a greater truth of a greater span of time. And so even though there may be differing truths in differing times, there's also like greater truths that span throughout all time. And you can begin to distinguish those different truths?
I think when it comes to truth, it depends upon your sort of outlook on how the universe is structured and shaped. I think that, like, for example, if you think of something like Christianity, for example, where it's very much this is the one way, this is the one universe, this is the one God, then truth becomes this very singular thing. There is only one truth. Whereas I think if you have more of a multidimensional perspective and you realize that there's all these different universes and realms, then truth has a lot more flexibility to it. I think that's one thing people don't really talk about when they come up. They talk about the strength of truth, but I think in order for truth to last, it also has to have a sense of flexibility. Like, you ever watch those videos of like those old bridges that like they wobble up and down all crazy because there's like a big wind? Bridges are designed that way so that when the wind hits them, that the bridge is able to sway and move, because if the bridge is built in a way where it doesn't sway and move, the bridge will collapse and fall down. And I think when it comes to truth, I think there's an important ability in having a truth that's flexible and adaptable, because I think truth is kind of like, because if the universe, the way I look at the idea that universe is a mystery, then the truth is a sort of a constant unfoldment. It's a constant revealing. It's like you're opening up the package, but you never fully remove the wrapping paper, if that makes any sense. I don't know. Like, I've been thinking a lot about like truth lately and how it kind of like recontextualize it within, this new way that I'm looking at the world is. And it's kind of like, it's a bit challenging because it's like, it's all this, I have to get, and take into account all these variables and things that I've never really noticed before. But the way, when it comes to religion, is that I think the way I conceptualize truth and come to religion is that it's like they're places. If I go to Saudi Arabia, that place is going to have very different rules and regulations than, say, Brazil. And I think from a metaphysical perspective, it's kind of the same thing. I kind of view it in the way that's like, because I don't really think of things as a universe anymore. I think of things in terms of the Zarfex concept, which is basically that there's just tons and tons of universes, and that we ourselves are the multiverse. Like, they talk about the whole multiverse concept in physics and quantum physics, but like, if you want to understand the multiverse, it's right here in front of us. Like, you, Bush, me, Bush Whisper, Indy, PK, we all have our own universe. But to me, the idea of the Zarfex is this is the place where all the universes converge. This is where the universes intersect. And the idea is that at the Zarfex nucleus, this is where the most harmonious intersection of universes is able to happen, without like any kind of contradiction. And then there's parts where some things contradict and some things, but truth is tricky, because you think about it from this perspective, what's true in one universe is not true, in another universe. So if you think about like the Star Wars universe, for example, it's pretty obvious that there's, aliens and robots, but if you put in something like, I don't know, like dragons or ghosts or something, probably not as much of a fit. Whereas if you're in like Lord of the Rings universe, then something like a dragon or a ghost will probably be more likely to be true in that universe than, say, a robot or an alien in a fantasy. And I think I sort of view truth in that sense, and that it's sort of it's relative to its dimensional space in which that universe exists. And the thing about Zarfexology is that it's all about learning how to map different universes and see how these universes relate to each other, and how where they're sort of aligned in space. Because it's like there's some part, like the way the Zarfex works is like it's like a big sphere, right? And imagine it's like a sphere made of tiny spheres, and each one of those spheres is a universe, right? And so that bigger Zarfex sphere, it's kind of it's also connected to other Zarfexes outside of it. And some of them are very kind of like bright and kind of like higher dimensional, and then there's sort of dark lower dimensional. And then our belief systems are sort of aligned with those sort of like, so like the higher belief systems will be part of like the higher part of the Zarfex, and the lower darker belief systems are part of the lower part of the Zarfex. And then we see when you see everything as more than one universe, it definitely changes your relationship with how you understand truth. Because once you think there's one universe, you know, if you just think there's one universe, then there's one truth. And if there's only one truth, then all the other truths must be sort of falsehood. But I also don't want to get too deep into relativism, though, where there's no such thing as, you know, truth at all. And it's all just sort of meaningless. I think, because I think when it comes to meaning, there's two different ways. There's different ways to look at meaning. There's the kind of the way when you talk about meaning as a relationship, you have there's a meaning between you and God, your creator. Whereas I think nowadays in modern culture, we've taken that meaning and defined it as this sort of single vector point where it's just purely my subjective. Like that's one of the things that I've always really never liked.
I have a question for you guys whenever you're done.
Oh yeah, sure. Let me just finish up this one thought. Just the whole idea of like, you know, truth is, it's like there is no meaning, but you can make up your own meaning. It's like, well, how can I have any validation of that meaning because I know I made it up? I know I'm bullshitting myself. So to me, truth has to be something that exists outside of ourselves and is part of the divine mystery. Go ahead, PK, with your question.
Yeah, so this thing of truth, very interesting. I like it's yeah, I'm like you, Cosmic. I go back and forth with it a lot, and it's like it's a lot to think about. So the question is, what do you guys think of the idea that here in physicality is kind of the staging ground, or where we kind of receive, or not receive, like we come to knowledge, and knowledge, maybe you could say like truth or whatnot. So the idea is that the Akashic records and all this stuff, that knowledge, those truths are gained by physical existence. And so it was interesting to me, Cosmic, one thing that you said was you kind of equate, you know, you made analogies of like, you know, dragons and such in the Lord of the Rings universe would make sense, but then not in others. And like, so like there was some correlation between like truth and existence, you know? And so, and then even like dimensions and whatnot. So, you know, when we start talking about this sort of stuff in existence, it's like, okay, well then, you know, the spirit, whatever the other is not a Cartesian, you know, matter thing. You know, I would say it is definitely a thing, as meaning that it's not no thing. So the question is, what do you guys think of the idea that the physical existence is where truth and knowledge is come to, is ascertained, and then the spirit is sort of I see this is even hard to talk about or explain, but the spirit, then the other side is more of a coming to, or maybe a playing back of those truths that were come to in physical existence. So it's kind of like the opposite. It's not necessarily that other truths are being gained there. It's sort of like a recapitulation of the physical. What do you guys think of that when it comes to truth?
You know, I kind of have my own sort of theories. I'm going to present a little diagram here. I'm sure you guys have probably seen this particular one, but so this is kind of how I basically map out Zarfexes as a concept. So down here, you have what's known as the solid Zarfexes. And these are the Zarfexes that basically represent physical matter, physicality, and so on and so forth, like the physical where you're talking about. And then up here, we have what's known as the fluid Zarfexes, which is essentially a kind of a collection of universe that are just like these pure kind of like dreamlike astral kind of realms that kind of take on their own sort of wild quality. Now, what happens here is that all these things, they're all sort of different like sectors of consciousness in the sort of the grand mind of existence or whatever. And what physical reality does is it gives sort of it gives shape to certain ideas and concepts. Like think of the concept of a rabbit, right? Like visualize like a rabbit in your mind. Imagine it like hopping around, eating a carrot. In order for that image to be stable, there has to be a rabbit in physical reality in which it can reflect on, so it has that sort of stable reflection. If it doesn't have that stable reflection, the thing is just going to split off into all sorts of different things and just sort of like melt into protoplasmic goo. And so basically what the forms of solid matter do is it kind of gives the dream world and the spirit world shape and form. I think of it like a plaster mold. Like you have like a mask, you put in some clay or some hot wax, and then then you create a shape like a mask or a vase or some kind of object. And I think physical matter is kind of like that. It gives shape to consciousness. It has a stable form in which, and that shape can persist and live on. Because without the physical world, the spiritual world has no foundation. And essentially the idea is, the way they explained it, is that all these Zarfexes would basically just fall into the void and disintegrate without these lower physical worlds to keep it up. So if anyway, the physical world is sort of the foundation of the spiritual world. It's the sort of it's what the kind of the pyramid, it's the ground the pyramid sits on, if that makes any sense. So that it doesn't sort of fall into the abyss. That's the way I formulate it with my system.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Because I also equate the imagination to the vehicle through which knowledge can be achieved. We can imagine knowledge, but maybe we can't. Namaste, Tirjoker. Hope you're good. We can't fully embody knowledge, but I agree with what you're saying as well, PK. I think this is true, and it's mirrored in all the cosmologies if we contemplate them and consider it. Like Muladhara chakra, on one element you could say that it relates to Ganesha in some aspects, in some stories. In other aspects it relates to Parabrahm, or Brahma, with the four direction facing heads. In the same way that the pancreas and the Manipura chakra relates to Ganesha on another level, and on some levels it relates to that mechanism of digesting information. So like the bowels relates to the physical plane, I think, more aptly than anything else. So we're talking about the root chakra, if we're looking at it from a cosmological perspective, or we're looking at it as Malkut, if we're looking at it from a Kabbalistic perspective. And so they represent the same thing, but on another state of being. Like the chakras, I see as the energy that fills the form. And the Sephirot are the containers that shape the energy. But the energy has to be carrying its quality. And the quality of the energy has to be bound in structure. And so like the idea of the physical plane embodying that culmination of all the other planes of existence in a synergetic expression is why I think the imagination is able to act here. Because the imagination gives the energy for the potential of change within the structure that's necessary, that you're talking about, the form. In order for this interplay of energy and form gives the mutability. And that mutability means that it can be embracing multi-dimensional things at the same point in time. So multidimensional paradigms of ideas can also be embraced at once through the imagination. Because if you imagine a concept, and so a concept is as something separate to a thought, for example, a concept is bringing thoughts together. So you got a thought, you got a concept. Concept is a more structured form of thinking. And so these concepts then embrace many aspects of this paradigm to be able to bring them all into one point, one place, and to be able to concentrate. And what was the word you used, PK? You said ascertain. That's the word that stuck in my head. I thought ascertain. I like that word. So okay, without thinking about the donkey, but what does the donkey represent from a shamanic perspective? Yeah, the Muladhara, the root chakra, the ass, your base root chakra, right? Your the bowels emptying themselves out through the ass, and cert is obviously relating to a form that you're wearing, like a shirt, right? Like something that you're wearing. So there's this ass that you're wearing, a structure. It's like a shirt, it's like a form. And tain is a garden, right? From Germanic. So ascertain sort of is this final structure which represents the etheric, the alpha and the omega, the beginnings and the endings of structure and form, as opposed to the astral, which is the qualitative embodiment that becomes bound in form as these two polarities, yang and yin, or idam pingala, if you want, or you know, the rising and falling force, or the pillar of severity and the pillar of love, or as it's often called, you know, of goodwill, peace, coming together in a harmony of structure, which is the embodiment of the imagination, and the image that projects into the physical form can be aware of all these different aspects. What is that? Well,
isn't it interesting to think about, though? Imagination. Would anyone conflate imagination with truth? I don't think so, and not even in ancient times. But what's interesting is that you could definitely say and make a case for that imagination is the vehicle to truth. You know?
Exactly.
Imagination with truth all the time, especially in religious circles, considering like eternal damnation, whereas they're talking about things like hell that doesn't even exist in their doctrines, and they're like living their life based on ultimatums, thinking that they live in free will, which I don't know. I think a lot of people live on imagination.
See, I think a lot of people, they don't think they live in the imagination, because like what you're talking about, Indy, I think if you went to those people and you asked them, is this happening in the imagination? They would say, no, this is real. This is really happening. There's really a devil. He's going to come down and send you to hell, boy. You know? So, yeah, I think in regards to PK, I think, oh, yeah, there's tons of people that conflate the imagination with reality. That's another aspect of what narcissism is. It's just thinking that your
now I didn't say reality. I said truth.
The entire universe.
I said truth. And so is truth reality? Because you just conflated reality with truth. So there's a whole nother rabbit hole. But
it's like I don't even really know exactly like how to word that. Like it's true in the sense that reality exists in the same sense, but is it true outside of reality? That's the thing. It's like if you think about truth as existing in sort of these concentric spheres, it's okay. It's true in the small sphere, but is it true in the larger sphere? And that's kind of the way I sort of look at it, because it's like something can be true in a small sphere in life, but it's not a truth that is representative of the entire sphere. And I think maybe if we can kind of think of those, there's small sphere truths that are usually more personal, more subjective, and then there's a larger sphere truths, like the idea of like the importance of love and God and stuff like that. So I guess that's kind of how I look at it, because it's that one thing may be true here and something may be true over there, but that doesn't mean that it's not necessarily true, because it is true there. I think of it like music. If you think about like what makes sort of music sound good is that there's a meaningful relationship between the notes in the melody and
true harmony.
Yeah, true harmony. And it's not so much that it's like, and that's why I always say like that, like I kind of scoff at the idea that like taste in music is just purely subjective and arbitrary. I don't think it necessarily is. And now that I think about it, and this is the thing I've been thinking about lately, I genuinely question if there is even any useful, utility with the objective, subjective dialectic when it comes to figuring out the bigger picture stuff. I mean, obviously, objective and subjective is important in sort of our lower, everyday life matters, and, with what kind of food we eat, what kind of job we have, and what's best for our health or what's best for our mental health. There's definitely, objective truths there. But when it comes to the larger mystery of the universe, and you start to think of the universe and existence and existing on a much larger scale than you did before, then truth gets a little bit trickier. So the way I kind of think of it in regards to like Christianity, for example, I think that Christianity is true within the Christian universe, within the Christian dimension, right? But it's not necessarily true outside of the Christian dimension. See, think of Christianity as it's true within its small sphere, but it's not necessarily reflective of the truth in the larger sphere. And then there's the parts where there's more universal stuff. So you think of more universal truths like, helping people out, kindness, diligence. Those are more larger sphere truths. So I guess when it comes to truth, maybe that's the way to think about it. It's big truth versus large scale truth or small scale truth.
Yeah,
that more.
To get back to what you were saying, PK, I think that's really on point. When I'm speaking about the imagination, I'm not speaking about the preconceived idea of what imagination means. I'm speaking about what the imagination is. It's the ability of the consciousness to form an image. And that image is a structure of thoughts that are bound in concept. So without the conceptual, there can be no truth. And the conceptual is based upon understanding. And so the understanding of the conceptual alignments of thoughts is how we experience the truth in the physical body. And we can't do this imagination work outside of the body in the same way that we can here. This is my feelings and thoughts about it. Why we can experience truth here in the physical plane is because we've got so much pressure here. Everything's crammed in together, right? Everything's crammed together. And so we've got this powerful filter that filters reality for us and brings it into a really narrow scope, a tight little beam, like a laser. And this tight little beam is that physical form, the body. And so there's this hyperdimensionality being sort of like funneled into a point through the toric field, that we're experiencing this event horizons, physical emanations, is like it's a structure bound by the ability to conceptualize all of these forces, which are effectively carrying the qualities that become structured by the form in order for the movement of qualities cycling through form to produce this mirage of change and effects that we experience as reality. So this imagination, for me, when I speak of it, it's fundamental to the experience of reality. It's fundamental to the experience of Maya. It's fundamental to what dream time really is from a shamanic perspective. And so it's fundamental to how the way the mind is able to conceptualize, to build a concept within its consciousness, which is outside of itself, projected inwards like a reflection. So hence we say reflecting. I was busy reflecting. What were you doing? I was reflecting. Oh, he was in deep reflection about something. Yeah, I was pushing all of these forces into a context. I was then conceptualizing this context. I was reflecting that in to a point where I can see a reflection of it and observe it and scry what it is. And so when we then talk about truth, I think of, okay, let's break that down in Hebrew, right? Paleo Hebrew. So tav, resh, vav, tav. Okay? Th, re, u, th, truth. Okay? What does that mean? The tav represents the cross, the Saturn's cross. The resh represents the front of the head. So the crossing of the 6 points, which reflects the 8-sided structure of being, the cube that's reflected in the flower of life, and bound in the Merkaba forces, the Merkabic forces, as we see the Anahata chakra of knowledge, which we see in Vedic, or anywhere we go, we see the structure of the 6-red star being reflected. The geometry of this represents this imagination and the ability of the imagination to encode and project, inform, to be informed. So we have this form that we can project within ourselves, and that's our information. And that information is a reflection of cosmic principles that we can filter into small bits of information while we're in the physical body, so that we're able to structure it, hold it, and experience it as a conceptual reality within our mind, where we are mining this information through the spiritual state of experience and mining it into this physical emanation state of crystallization. And so this imagination then is the tool that we use to extract and structure these little bits of information one at a time. Otherwise we would be overwhelmed by, like you say, Cosmic, the vastness of it is overwhelming. We need to come in this intense place of pressure so we can just take one little thing at a time and digest it, make it a part of us, and take the next little thing at a time and digest it. Like Indy, he takes one morsel of food at a time. He chews it carefully, breaks it down, turns it into a concept, turns the concepts to break down into separate little thoughts. And each separate little thought becomes like parts of the concept that will then move through his being and enliven the structure of his being with the information, the form that is bound inside that substance of food, that is then going to be disseminated in where it's required to maintain the structure of form in the physical body and ensure that there is enough energy flowing, the qualities flowing through the form in order for the movement and the robustness required to be present. So getting back to the idea of knowledge, then in the physical body, we can extract this information, we can extract this knowledge from the cosmic source and conceptualize. And so this is like essentially what we're talking about is Bina, the triple goddess, right? This ability to understand and conceptualize from the Kabbalistic perspective. And this is the forces of Bina. This is why Bina is often associated with Saturn in the Kabbalah, because through truth is that Saturn cross, the Resh of the solar presence in the front of our head, which is related to the pineal gland, which is related to the etheric field, which is an extension of the ability to rationalize because of the electrical impulses running through our central nervous system, which is creating the structure and form through which the imagination is able to view the qualities that are the fuel for the form. And the qualities is what we're viewing when we're looking at truth. So we need to have this frontal lobes, which is the rational pineal extension of our central nerve, our cerebrum, to be able to conceptualize through this electrical impulse patterns, that these neural fluctuations that carry this language of information through our brains and our central nervous system in order for us to be able to rationalize, right? Rat, the power of the rat. Gabriel was talking about the power of the rat, right? In his script, rat is what Ganesha rides. There's a reason why Ganesha rides the rat, because the rat is the clever creature. It can find its crack through the dimensional portals, and it can take him places where other creatures can't go. So the rat doesn't travel logically. It travels through hyperdimensionality as a concept. So rational, to be rat, ion, rat, ion, ration, right? The ions that are binding substratums of this phenomenal universe through a quantum entanglement field that we could call the aether, the etheric field, which is the Pingala that we're talking about when we're speaking about how the thalamus manages the central nervous system under the auspices of the pineal gland. And then the qualities are embraced by our emotional intelligence. Obviously, this is the pituitary gland managing the hypothalamus, which is regulating our feelings and our intuitive responses towards the rationalizings that we're making in our mind. And when these two are forming into a state of balance and harmony, then we have the upward forming triangle and the downward forming triangle of the Merkaba and the imagination, structuring the cube, structuring this eightfold structure, this octahedron within which everything finds itself bound, Saturn's matrix, which we can see when we look at the structure of the nature of space and time through the sacred geometric concepts that we're able to understand as the metaphor of life, where sound is manifesting through these vibrational fields, actually manifesting as shapes on the etheric plane. And the etheric plane thus becomes the place where we can experience knowledge. The etheric plane is really what becomes this physical substance that we're experiencing as physicality, because the etheric means eth, beginning, tav, back to tav. Tav keeps coming up. So truth is this tav, resh, this frontal lobe, vav, which is Venus, which is connecting. So when we have this cross of time and we're bound in the physical time now, we're able to rationalize, use the imagination, and that connects us back in a feedback loop to time, truth. So it's also going through, so it's through, and it's also eth. Hidden inside there's a silent ah, because you're releasing the breath. So that means, where are you at? The second tav is situation at. That means physically at, the physical location. So the segment of time, tav, moving with the rational serpent of Leo, the mind, ru, with the vav, the nail that connects that to the physical body, which is at, location, gives us that compression of time, and that time compressive undulation puts us into the situation where we're able to experience truth. And then truth, when we look at that, is essentially an expression of the etheric ability for substance to take form of the qualities of the astral plane, which is the eth meaning the aleph, the beginning, the tav meaning the end, the beginning and the end, erik, back to the rash, the rational. The resh is that serpent of rational ability. That's why the serpent's so fundamental in all occult practices, because it's that ability to rationalize and to rotate and to transform and to produce the movement necessary for the beginning and the ending to have the percussive string of continuity that we call time.
Yep, it makes me think of reason, and one of the definitions of reason is the final cause. So think you'd be like, oh, what was the reason that you did it, right? That's the final cause. And so it's interesting to think about this rationalization and reason. So is reason truth? Is the final cause truth? You know, one quote too, real quick, about the Bible, is a saying that one of my favorite sayings. So it's not that, and here I go, quote, it's not that the stories of the Bible are untrue, It's that there is truth written in the stories. And so I think that statement there is pretty spot on for, not just the Bible, but like many religious texts. It's not that they're untrue. It's a different kind of truth. And this goes on to, the talking about knowledge and stuff. We, I'm kind of you guys know by now, I'm kind of a nerd for the ancient Greek and, so we talk about love, we talk about knowledge. Well, as you can know, we say love means so many different things. And, so the ancient Greeks had 9 different words for love. Knowledge, there's different kinds of knowledge. There's gnosis, and then there's episteme, and think of like epistemology, right? So there's different kinds of knowledge. And so in conversation, I think it kind of hurts us a little bit in knowing like what the other person is saying when we only have these certain words, that we try to put a finger on to get our point across and try to say it. And that's the only word that we know to say, when we could be, in fact, talking about this other form of knowledge that is actually what I meant, or this other form of love that maybe this little nuance would be more specific to what I was actually saying. So, but very, very cool stuff. Also, one question too is, do you find that helpful a lot? Do you do that a lot? Franklin, I noticed that you were like truth, and then I think you rattled off like tav, resh, tav, hey. And so you like the English spelling of truth, but used Hebrew letters. Do you find that rewarding? Do you find that because that's certainly not the way you would you look up in ancient Hebrew how they the word for truth was not tav, resh, whatever. No. So do you find that rewarding? I see how that could be like an insightful exercise, but do you think there's much merit to that?
Yeah, I think that sounds are not inconsequential. And just because there's a pattern that people have contextually used for a particular meaning doesn't mean that the other meaning is wrong. So if we're taking it that the Hebrew language or the Paleo-Hebrew language, which comes before Hebrew, right, is essentially a reflection of what was Chaldean, right, which is essentially the Phoenician expressions of where images became sounds, effectively. Most of our languages have been rooted into that one way or another. So they're all fundamentally connected. I found it very interesting in understanding the Sanskrit terms. So you can take a Sanskrit term you've never heard before, you can backward engineer it, and you can discover the meaning of that term, and then you can go and look it up and see that you were right. The same with other words. So there's something quite very powerful about it. And there are certain sounds that in modern Hebrew, there's particular patterns of sounds that they use, right? They don't use the same patterns of sound that we speak in English, but if one were to use that pattern of sound, you see, Hebrew isn't so much it's more like a way to categorize sounds. Does that make sense? It's a phonetic thing. It's not just symbolic, it's also phonetic. So certain phonetic sounds, whatever language you're speaking, it doesn't matter. If you're making that sound, you're making that sound. Does that make sense? So the sound is really what the letter represents. The sound of mime is mm. So if you go into ancient China and you practice Taoist alchemy, they'll teach you to meditate on the sound of so that you can connect with the element of water. Not because the word mime means water in Hebrew, or because the literal symbolic meaning of M is water, right? In Chinese, But there's a very powerful, if you are meditating on the fiery principle in Taoist alchemy, you must listen to the hissing sound. You meditate on the sound of the hissing. You know, fire hisses. So the word shin represents a tooth in Paleo Hebrew, but it also is the primal spirit of fire. The three mother letters. Not at all by accident. If you are listening to the elements of wood and metal interplay, the air, right? In Taoism, you're listening to the breath. This is the same in India, right?
All I want
The
for
same in
Christmas
India.
is my 2 front teeth, right?
Sorry?
All I want for Christmas are my 2 front teeth. Right? That's totally Shin. You get it?
Yeah, man.
Totally Shin, isn't it? What do you think of the languages though that we like that use different sounds? Like there are languages where, you know, like we don't make the same sounds as English speakers as say some, you know, we may have similar sounds, but there are like sounds that we make that they don't use, and then there are sounds that they make that we don't use. So,
well, to understand the Paleo Hebrew, it accounts for that. It's just that people have commonly used a particular type of letter sound associated with it. So the letter sh is actually also a s or a sh. The letter b, bet, is actually a b or a v. The letter tsa is actually a x, tsa, x. So when we start to like look at this, there's different masculine and feminine pronunciations of these letters, which is quite easy to track. But it's just those group of people chose not to use those sounds. They chose only to structure their language in that narrow bandwidth of using the sounds. But the phonetic system accounts for a lot more sounds than what they are using. But they're using that letter in such a way. Che, right? They're using che as in che. But che can also be he. You see, there's a masculine and feminine side to these letters. So the different pronunciation, he and che, is the same letter. The one's more masculine, the one's more feminine. So different languages have chosen that archetype to be expressed as a feminine and then chosen to depict it in a slightly different way because they are focusing on the feminine of that particular aspect. I don't believe it's a coincidence that there are 22 pairs of chromosomes that carry all of the information in the human genome. And the 23rd pair is just merely dictating boy or girl. But there are fundamentally 22 pairs of chromosomes. Not 22 chromosomes, 22 pairs of chromosomes. And so the Hebrew letters then represent those 22 pairs, which means there's a masculine and feminine sound to each of these letters, which we're not necessarily taking into account because we've become accustomed to particular vibratory frequencies of use, of popularity. And also we got to understand how deranged modern Hebrew is. To understand how wrong the modern Hebrew pronunciation is, you just go and listen to the Navajo Indians when they pronounce ahaya. They ahaya.
Oh yeah, I'm with you there. Modern Hebrew is totally nothing like the ancient. Yeah,
because there was money involved in who was the powerful family, and this Simeon ben Endley, was it Simeon ben Endley, the guy who rounded up everybody and said, let's standardize Hebrew. Okay, this letter's got this pronunciation. And there was disagreement amongst all the tribes. They had to actually put dots in the letters in order to standardize the vowels because the vowels would be said differently. In some parts of India, they say Parvati. In some parts of India, they say Parbati. Some parts of India, they say Shiva. Other parts of India, they say Siva. You know? So you'll find that this is even within one place, there's different ways that things can be pronounced. But we get taught one version as if that's the blanket version, but it's not really how it is. That one language had many different applications. So what I've noticed is that it's incredibly lucid when you take the Paleo-Hebrew and equate it to sounds, right? I can break down my name and it makes perfect sense. Like the different parts of my...
What's your idea about the Earth Speak, or the, you know, there's many books written about the search for the perfect language, you know, and it is the idea that, you know, languages stem from the language of Adam, or whatever your archetype wants to be for the first, you know, the first man, the first woman, the first humans that spoke. And I think it gets conflated a lot with the green language and the language of the birds, where, you know, you could easily say, oh, nature has a language, but, you know, where nature kind of speaks in its own way, kind of the logos, right? And that's a lot why logos is, yeah, it means word, it means argument, it means, you know, speaking. And so what are your thoughts about the language? Do you think that there was a primordial language? I'm not talking philosophical language. I'm talking an actual human vocal mouth sounds language. And what does that mean? Is that true?
There's records of ancient antediluvian languages, one being Vatanian, used in Agartha, and then there's the Enochian was created by Enoch, and we know that in modern day it was used by John Dee. It was said to have been given to him by the gods and may be an antediluvian language.
That's imagination. No, I'm just kidding.
similar to Vatanian.
Well, I think that all of our languages are extensions of a root language.
Yeah.
I think all of our languages are an extension of the root language. And so, yeah, I believe there was a root language. But like we aren't what this is. Now we get back to truth, right? We aren't what we were. So those languages of what we were, there was a language that represented what we were, expressing what we are in those times. But we can't now be that because we are now this. So we have these languages to express what we are now. Does that make sense? Our bodies have changed.
Yeah. Yep.
So why shouldn't everything else change with our bodies?
I think in some sense, language has always kind of existed. If you think about language as being something more about relationships, like music, mathematics, you know, physics, you know, hormones and sense, these are all forms of communication and language. I think what PK is more specifically talking about is a spoken language. Is there a first spoken language? I don't think I have enough anthropological study and know-how to know if there was like one singular language. I don't know if that's necessarily how it evolved, unless we're talking about,
I don't think anyone could know that, to be honest.
Yeah. To me, it doesn't sound like, it doesn't make sense to me, but I could be wrong.
In anthropology, they suggest that it should be obvious that spoken language came from Africa because the alphabets of African languages are the most extensive. And as you move further away from Africa, the alphabets get shorter by a range of distance. So
there we're already at, you know, if we're talking about alphabets, we're already at written.
Now this is the alphabets of the sound, not the written.
Ah, gotcha.
The Khoisan language.
It's like but how would they know if it wasn't written down?
They
you see what I'm saying? It's like, how could they ever know?
Yeah,
they only spoke the language,
like
the Khoisan.
Exactly. So how would you know what people spoke? You know,
they still use
years ago. You wouldn't.
They still use it now.
Well, they use something. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's way more expansive than anything else that's far away from Africa. They don't have anything.
I'm just playing devil's advocate here. There's no way to know. There's no way to know. And maybe there, and this again gets to truths, right? This gets to truth. In my mind, there's no amount of evidence. There's nothing that I could be shown or told to convince me that, you know, what you're putting forward is true. It could in fact be true, but I don't think that I could ever see any evidence that would be like, yes, that's it. If that makes sense.
I think all of these languages are that language, though. I know this is going to sound like a head trip. Like what I was going to say about the San people, or who we call the Khoisan people here in Africa. So there's a legend by the Khoisan. One of my drums is actually an eland drum. Yeah. So I've got 2 drums, and they are both different kinds of African antelope. And my one is a eland drum. And so the San people, was it the eland, or which drum was it? My other drum is a smaller antelope. But those San people, they heard the clicking sounds of the hooves of these animals, and that's where they believe their language came from, which is such a beautiful concept. And so that language is full of clicks.
Yeah, I love that language. Yeah, that's crazy to hear people speak that. Yeah.
So that's just a concept that they literally believe that the language was them imitating the sounds of animals. So there's food for thought, like what you're talking about with animals and nature and the animal sounds. Like,
oh yeah, people think too comes from plants as well.
Yeah, the studies of anthropology also aligns with the studies of mythology, where the stories of Sumer, the development of humanity was developed first in Africa, and language was too complex for them. They weren't able to understand their commands. Then they came and they created the silver race in the Middle East, and they were able to understand their commands, but they were defiant and they didn't follow their orders. And then they moved to the East to create the golden race, and they were able to understand their orders and were able to follow their commands. As they simplified language over time, people became more obedient and able to be comprehensive of their commands.
So does that out of Africa theory jive with you, as far as, like, you know, the human race came out of Africa and spread throughout?
Yeah, we know that Homo heidelbergensis came out of Africa to spawn into Neanderthal and Denisovan, and then humans came along as well. There was also at least 4 other types of hominids that spawned from Africa. And there was a time about 40,000 years ago where a lot of them were wiped out simultaneously.
Here's a head trip. You know, I think it's kind of a crazy idea to think that, you know, language originated from like one spot in time. But what about the idea that, like, it just started with one person and it just sort of morphogenetically spread throughout the rest of humanity? Like, one person decided, oh, I'm going to make clicking noises with my mouth for the heck of it. And then that just kind of like caught on.
Yeah, that's probably about how it went.
Yeah, there's this, let's see if I can remember this. So in Hesiod's histories, you know, ancient Greek writer, that, like, the first historian, whatever, there's this story about, let's see if I can get it right. It goes something like this. There's a guy, and he has like kids or whatever, and he's like, okay, keep your kid, I think it was more than one, separate from everyone else. Meaning don't talk to him. It was like, it's really cruel what he's proposing here. But anyway, the idea is keep the kid separate. Don't talk to him at all. And then it was said that, like, because it was kind of like an experiment as to, okay, so say someone's a human being is completely shut out from off from learning how to speak or learning a language. What sounds will they make? And will those sounds that they make, are they pointing at kind of the root language, because so you could say it came to them naturally, right?
Mhm.
Like there wasn't outside influences. And so, yeah, there's lots of things that could go wrong with this little experiment, or even like thought experiment, if that's what it was. But it was something interesting. I forget kind of are you guys familiar with this story at all in Hesiod's histories? It's like he spoke and it was like baba or something, and it meant bread, and like that. So just the idea that, you know, if you could do this thought experiment, get kids, raise them, you know, give them food, water, whatever, keep them separate, as cruel as this may be, and raise them without teaching them language. The idea that if you have two kids doing the same experiment too, and then you put them together, and each kid and it's both of them have no experience, has never heard another language, they will be able to communicate with each other over time in mouth sounds. They won't, you know, it might be like grunting and shit at first, but the idea is that they would develop a language. And again, this is like so cruel. I don't think it's ever been done, and it shouldn't ever be done. But yeah,
that happened before.
See, yeah, they did. Okay.
School in South America, there was a deaf school where everybody would abandon their children to this orphanage, and they didn't really try to teach them anything because they couldn't hear, and they didn't really have a way to communicate to them without speaking, and so they didn't really bother to teach them to write because it was too much of a bother, and so they developed their own sign language, and they're able to communicate with each other just fine and well. And so anthropologically, it was an amazing find.
Yeah, that is neat. But I wonder, like, what mouth sounds would they make if you could really isolate the people? And it's like, it'd be so hard to do that.
Maybe it has more to do with images now that I think about it. Because, like, if you think about, like, the very early forms of writing, it's usually always, like, you know, pictures of bird, like the ancient Egyptian, you got, like, eyeballs and birds and rivers. And maybe with the advent of symbols and pictures, we decided, hey, let's allocate mouth noises to these things as a kind of a reference point to these symbols. So maybe I don't know the history if symbols or language came first, because it would make sense that if like symbols were created, then there has to be some way to, you know, understand those symbols, and that would give you like the idea for like taking ideas and turning them into little chunks and then expressing them through sound. And then the other hypothesis that I think is also rather plausible is Terence McKenna's Stone Ape theory, where he basically suggested that the ingestion of psilocybin created a synesthetic sort of experience with sort of like sounds and objects that allowed people to sort of like, you know, have that kind of reference point, like seeing a color and associate it with a certain mouth.
That's Terence McKenna's theory.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, that's pretty spot on. I think there's something to that for sure.
Only we didn't need psilocybin.
No,
which is on that level. I do think that you're right about symbols, because it seems like the Paleo Hebrew came out of symbols, and it seems when we look at like Egyptian old land of Kem, that they were first writing in pictures, and then we go to the Sand people. They didn't write, but they drew pictures on the walls, the cave art all around South Africa. So they would draw the animal dancing and walking and doing things and actions, the humans doing actions, and so that's their writing. So that archaic writing is and in Chinese and Japanese we still have it. The images are still the images. It's still a hieroglyphic language, even though it's become phoneticized. I think phoneticization happened at a later stage because we were first astral beings, and we were more in tune with the astral field. So we were more in tune with the qualities of things. And so being like more in tune with qualities, we drew pictures.
That's the idea of some of the Egyptian hieroglyphics, right? Is that they make a sound. If you know the sound of that image, but then you combine the three, right? So it's not that the images mean, but if you know the sounds that they make, then what's it called? You could put like 3 pictures together, and you could be like car, and then like something else and something else, and like since you as an English speaker know that that's a car and that's a whatever, then you can then say the word. So the pictures represent sounds. Have you heard this before?
There is a correlation, but I think the sound emerged from the picture. I think that I get the sense that the image became the sound. This is the imagination. We're back to the imagination again, right? Like, it's got an image on the astral field that becomes a sound that we can engage with. So there's this, like, water. You're imagining water.
Phenome
Right?
Nink.
Then you can hear water in nature. There's a sound that's associated with this water. So I'm telling you water. Yeah? I'm like I'll make the sound of water. What water sounds like to me, in order to get you to know that I need water because I'm thirsty. If that makes sense. Like there's logic in this. So the image would naturally have a sound that accompanies it. If that makes sense. Like a flying bird is going to make a certain kind of a sound moving through the air, isn't it? Or if it lands on a stick, if that's supposed to be representing that flying bird landing on a tree, it's going to make a certain sound when it lands on the tree. Or when it takes off, it flaps its wings, it's going to make a certain sound. Or its actual battle cry when it's about a hunt or fight with another bird might make a certain kind of a screech sound that sounds like a particular... No? So all of these concepts, like, they would have been thinking about that creature and then the sound it made and then repeated that sound, and then that image would... I don't think like the chicken came first or the egg came first. I think the chicken and the egg are part of the same thing, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, but was that in Africa?
I don't think it was in Africa necessarily. I just think that our oldest tracking is to Africa, but I think it's way older. Like according to the Sumerian records. Okay, so the Enuma Elish gets so much credit, right? Even though it was written like thousands of years after the Sumerian cuneiform. And it was written based upon the Sumerian cuneiform, the Akkadian cuneiform. So the Sumerian cuneiform, which is the older form of cuneiform, seems to suggest that that there's a timeline that runs hundreds of thousands of years. And that hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was an arrival on Earth. And with that came knowledge, technology, galactic travel, mining of gold, and they needed helpers. And there was a primitive being on the earth, and they were like, well, let's give them an upgrade. Bump. And so all the biblical stories are really about the Sumerian cuneiform stories from the Sumerian cuneiform tablets. Everything from Noah, the flood, to the Garden of Eden, to Adam, all of those stories is coming from the cuneiform stories. So that's like the oldest reference we have to all of these so-called biblical stories that we've got in the West. And there's a dovetail with those stories and the stories of the Vedic. So, and the ancient Greeks, they all seem to dovetail in very similar ways. So the ancient Greeks are talking about, in ancient Greek, they were called the Grigori, right? Mm-hmm. But before the ancient Greek word Grigori was there, they were called the Gigi, as far as we know to pronounce it, in Sumerian cuneiform. So, and it's very specific. The Sumerian cuneiform states that there were 200 Igigi, and that they came from Nibiru, and that they were stationed on Mars. And that one of Enki's sons had petitioned for them to come to Earth prior to the Great Flood, because the Great Flood was approaching and they were not going to survive on Mars. And the conditions on Mars were getting more disturbing because the Hammett bracelet was becoming affected, which was breaking up to pieces to change the gravitational fields on Earth, right? Because the Hammett bracelet has become the asteroid belt. So the story from the old Sumerian cuneiform is that basically Allelu got here first. So that's why Christian churches sing Alleluia, because Allelu was the first being to set foot on earth that could speak language. But then Allelu was replaced by Anu's son, Ea. Alleluia. Alleluia. And then Ea became the first name of deity that was worshipped. But it explains later why the worship. There was a gene put into the Ilulu so that the Ilulu would worship them, because Ea became Eanki, right? Because Ki is the name of earth, and he was given the supreme lordship over the earth, so he became Eanki. But then the Eanki was the key was taken away from him by his father and given to his brother Enlil. So Enlilki is what we should be calling him, because he was then the supreme commander of earth, but we don't call him that because Marduk, the son of Enki, overthrew them in a later war that we see referenced in Babylon. So like these stories are really, according to those old stories, it took them, I think, 60,000 years to create the prototype for humans. I think.
Do you think the Mars that you speak of in that story is the red planet Mars that we see in the sky? Yeah.
They explain explicitly how they created the face and whose face it was.
Ah, interesting. Because the reason I ask you is because me and Gabe are gonna do, and maybe George gonna do a episode on about Mars and sort of the Tychonian model of it possibly being a binary. It explains a lot of anomalies that we see in the orbit of Mars if you look at it through the Tychonian model, because there is a bunch of problems with it in the Copernican model with its orbit and everything, how it has long periods and short periods of what they call the empirical sidereal interval of Mars. And so, yeah, that's why I asked, because there is some juicy history on it, and there's so many occult numbers associated with these cycles of Mars, and with it being possibly like Sirius A and Sirius B and like a bunch of other observable binary star systems, if Mars and the sun are somewhat linked in this way, where it's like one orbits the other sort of thing in this interlocking binary system. That's just very interesting that then you speak of this Mars in this story. I think Mars holds a lot of occult secrets.
The reason that they had to set up station on Mars was because it had to do with leaving our solar system. According to those stories.
Are you, in your cosmology, are you good with people from here? Can we travel in a physical spaceship to Mars and land on it? Is that in your truth reality?
Honestly, what we were talking about earlier, we were talking about something, and like, for me, reality is what I know. Everything else is just conjecture.
All right.
So well, I'm not clear on the shape of the Earth.
I'm not talking space. I'm not talking shape of Earth.
No, but what I'm saying is that means I'm not clear. Just listen.
Okay, I don't know either. Yeah, I'm just wondering if
so I'm not clear on what Mars is.
Right on.
To me, it's a living creature because it's spoken to me.
What's the face, if you don't mind elaborating on that?
That
do you know
was
the story of the face?
One of Enki's sons that had challenged So, okay. I believe that is the face of, I forget his name. It's one of Enki's sons that had volunteered to look after Alelu. Because Alelu had had a terrible fight with Anu, because Anu came to Earth to oversee what was happening with the gold production. And Alelu had a sore bone to pick with Anu, because Alelu had discovered the Earth. And he'd been, in order for me to disclose the place where Earth is to you, I want my kingship back on Nibiru. But Alelu didn't get what he was promised. Not that Anu promised him, but he sort of insinuated. It's hard to say from that, but he was unhappy. So he picked a fight with Anu when Anu came back and tried to fight Anu to the death. And Anu kicked his butt for him because they used to fight naked. And after he had had his clocks cleaned for him, he bit off one of Anu's testicles, meaning that Anu couldn't spawn any more children.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That's pretty reoccurring theme.
So then Anu was like, what do? We can't put this guy out of life because he's he's royalty. He's so he was banished to Mars to live out his natural time on Mars. And one of Enki's sons, I forget his name, had volunteered to go and be with him. And Alelu passed, and after a time, this other guy became the supreme commander of Mars. And at that point, they needed more workers. So they brought the Egigi, or the Grigori, as they say in Greek, those 200 fallen angels, that the ones that chose the women of Earth as wives, that whole story. They brought them from Nibiru to Mars to work on Mars, to build Mars up so that Mars could become a functional gateway point. Because getting out of the Earth's gravitational field was a nightmare, and they used a lot of their fuel, which was water. They explain how they had these special things that would turn the water into energy, and they would be able to use it for their propulsion systems. So they used to use all their energy getting off the Earth and getting out of the Earth. But Mars, because of something special about Mars, was much easier for them. And Mars had water. It's very clearly pointed out there that they were able to go there, fill up their tanks, and use Mars's field to get out so that they could cross the Hammond bracelet to go back to Nibiru, to take the gold back to Nibiru, to be monotomized and turned into the atmosphere to protect their planet from losing that, because their atmosphere was being lost. So they needed to shift the gravitational field of there. So they were turning the gold into monatomic gold and putting it into the atmosphere, right? To create to seal the atmosphere so that they didn't lose the atmosphere to space or whatever. So there was some problem with the firmament there, and it was a Nibiru. So
also, gold is purifying in the atmosphere and in the water. It'll purify and kill off any type of pathogens.
That too.
Yeah.
But according to those tablets, they were losing the atmosphere. Sorry, yeah.
I was just gonna say I'm always impressed with your would you call this Sumerian knowledge? Is that
that's
the right
Sumerian uniform? Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I'm so impressed with your Sumerian. I mean, you know a lot about a lot, but dude, the Sumerian, the stuff have looked into. I've heard you go on 20-minute rants about telling these Sumerian stories, dude, and it's amazing. It's amazing that you know so much about them. I wonder what so obviously the Elon Musk and them know about these stories, right?
Yeah.
They know about these stories, and
there's technology out there.
It's just I wonder, is they actually going physically to Mars, or is it a symbol of something, or this symbolic language or whatever? And I don't know, but this Mars dig talking about the observable things, can I share a a slide real quick?
Yeah, by all means. Oh, by the way, damn. We're going to have to close the show off.
Yep.
1/4. We're going to have to close the show off in like a few minutes.
Oh, like
But share your slide quickly because I'm going to run out of recording space. It's gonna be
All
Zoom.
right, I'll share real quick.
We've got 4 minutes, 3 minutes. There's no pressure.
All right, let me know when you can see.
Yeah, we got it.
All
We
right.
got it.
On 30
So here's a weird thing about Mars is that it goes in these long cycles and it retrogrades. It retrogrades like this. And so in between here is what you would call the short cycle. So if I picked a spot right here and in this we're going to use the head of Capricorn. The name of the star is I forget. But if you align your from Earth to Mars, or from Earth to Mars to the star that's ahead of Capricorn, if you are here within the cycle, if I go pick right here, then in 547 days, because I just passed a retrograde, or Mars just did a retrograde, so I pick a spot right after it. It's going to come back in 547 days, and then it's going to retrograde somewhere ahead of it. So when it retrogrades ahead of it, you're in then the long cycles, and it takes 700 some days to get back to said spot. Because if I keep looking at this spot, well, now I have Mars has to now go through this retrograde and then come back, and that takes 700 something days. Now, why the Copernican model doesn't work is because in 547 days, according to that model, Earth, remember, Earth goes around the sun in 365 days. Well, in 547 days, Earth is going to be somewhere else. It's going to be over here because it's not, a multiple of 365 or whatever. So it's going to be over here. And then Mars is going to be over here. And when you draw a line from Earth to Mars to star, Earth to Mars to star, you see the problem here? It's pointing at two different places in the sky. Yet you can see that that's the name of the star he uses in this example.
I've got to say, can we do this as a discussion? I think we've got about 15 seconds.
Okay, no, we're done. Wrap it up. Yeah, this is great. Thanks for having
me. Thank you guys for the
Yeah.
show. It's been an honor being on with you. Have an absolutely great day. We got to go. We're going to crash the recording. Much love to everybody. Thank you for coming, everybody. Big love. Big bless.